So obviously you can't hear me saying that if you're having that issue. I'm not sure if it's everybody or just people I'm hearing from.
Yeah, that's that.
It wouldn't be the draft without technical issues, guys.
Yeah, when we do things like this, obviously this is the first time with us doing the draft day coverage and all of that. There's going to be some, side bumps and everything. But you guys need to let us know, like, you're doing a good job of it. If you don't hear us, we can try and alter it on the fly. If it's too laggy or things like that, that's kind of out of our control. But, we're trying our best to get this thing out to you guys. And, I thought yesterday we did a really good job.
We did.
You guys did a really good job because you stuck with us, even though the Avengers Endgame came out, which we did see, by the way. So that was pretty awesome.
It was.
But yeah, I mean, you guys stuck by us, last night, and there were people that watched when they got home from work late at night. So it's pretty good stuff. And it looks like now the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock, and
Their pick is in.
this has to be DK Metcalf.
Oh, 1,000%. They need a receiver. It's got to be DK Metcalf. Also, I'm now hearing their sound, but no picture. Our Downtown Sports Network photo is on the Facebook Live, not us. Um,
That's
Facebook Live is trying to get it together.
Yeah,
So they can hear us, they cannot see us.
that's strange. Because I show here. Let's see. Yeah,
Or it refreshes and just shows us for a second. Um, so bear with us. It seems that this is primarily a Facebook Live issue.
Facebook Live really doesn't like us. This is
Also, let us know if we're sounding okay because I'm seeing that as well.
Oh yeah, so we're actually getting we're getting notices from our multi-streaming site that it appears Facebook API is having issues at the moment. Monitoring the situation right now. We'll update the message when we know more. In the meantime, use the custom to stream Facebook. So yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. We're having some issues over with the multi-streaming platform. Not really sure as to why. If you guys can hear us, shoot on over to Periscope if you can't see on Facebook right now.
I will put that link in our Facebook Live comment section. So if Facebook Live isn't working for you, then I'll put that link there. But real quick, the Indianapolis Colts pick is in.
Reggie Wayne's announcing it.
Reggie Wayne is
So
announcing it.
receiver, is he gonna announce a receiver? DK Metcalf. We'll see. He seems so into it. It's
Reggie
amazing.
Wayne is announcing the pick. The Colts picked Rock Ya-Sin
Rock Ya-Sin.
out of Temple, the cornerback.
So what are your thoughts on this pick?
I love this pick. I love Rock Ya-Sin. I think he's the safest cornerback that you can pick in this draft, arguably. He's got a high floor. He's extremely athletic. I liked him a lot. I think he kind of wasn't really on people's radar until he started playing in things like I believe it was the Senior Bowl, uh, the combine. He did well, and then he really rose up draft charts. So I really like this pick, especially for Indianapolis.
Yeah, so this is the first Team DTR guy to go off the board.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of meeting with Rocky Sin at the Senior Bowl. Had a little bit of a conversation with him. Told me that obviously the Rams met with him, and this is a good pick. This is a Chris Ballard pick. They trade down, they get value. They grab all these picks. They got one from obviously they're picking here because the Jets pick that they made last year, and we have a trade now. Jacksonville's trading up. Who could this be? Maybe they're getting Foles, Metcalf. I mean, we're gonna keep talking about this guy because I mean he's a polarizing player. But as far as the Colts thing goes, I love the pick. I
do
think it
like
makes
the
a
pick.
lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Also, just want to say, if you're watching on Twitter or wherever you're watching, we are doing a thread on our Twitter of all the guys that we've interviewed, whether it be on our show or Jake interviewed them at the Senior Bowl, and we are tracking which teams pick up our guys, the guys who are friends of the show. So we're about to start that thread. Rock Ya-Sin is the first guy off of the board. Jake interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. So that's going to go up. I'm doing that as we speak. week. If you're watching on Twitter, you'll have to wait until later to see it. But
Very true. But we're gonna get this thing going. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of Team DTR guys.
oh yeah,
So we're gonna have some fun doing this. We're gonna have our technical issues as well, but we're gonna get this thing going and have some fun with it. It's gonna be a fun night. You have the second round, obviously the third round. So
hmm
I'm really interested to see who Jacksonville selects here, though, and then San Francisco's after them.
yeah, it's much more laid back tonight as well. I don't know if you guys can tell that vibe, but we're in here for the long haul. It's going to be a really long night. Not as long as tomorrow, but tomorrow it starts. At noon Eastern time. Tonight it's gonna be long, but we're gonna be here the whole night. We're chilling. We've got our technology all set up, everything. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and um, obviously, we got to eat as well, so we are gonna be eating.
You say eat? You wanna plug where it's from?
Yeah, shout out to La Bella Pizza in Clifton Park, New York.
Yep.
They're the real MVPs there. Got us the pizza. So pizza plug only because you kind of have to. If you guys are looking, the right now Jacksonville is they're making their selection, and it's Jawan Taylor.
Jawan Taylor,
and that's actually who I had going in the second round to them.
Me too.
He stays in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
There was a knee issue with him that was kind of going around, like why he fell. But make no mistake, I mean this kid is the best tackle in this draft in my opinion. He's a junior, 3-year starter. The only thing is, right tackle. He didn't play at left tackle, so maybe that's a little concerning. But overall, you're getting a very athletic player in Jawan Taylor, and this is great because Jacksonville has Cam Robinson. Robinson was a guy that was supposed to be like a first round talent. He hasn't panned out. I mean, he's still, he's having some problems at that position. So they go out and they get Nick Foles, who I would presume is going to be the left tackle of the future in Jawan Taylor. So, that's great. I like the pick a lot.
I do like the pick a lot. Should have gone early in the first round. Didn't. A lot of guys, that was the story. They fell. And yeah, I like this pick. Juwan was Jake's tackle number 1, I believe, going into the draft. He was my tackle number 3, very high. And, I'm excited. He gets to stay in Florida. Jacksonville needs to protect Nick Foles. Good pick.
Yeah, and, a lot of people had him going in the first round. So it was a little bit of a shock. But the way these guys fell, you just have to look at the defensive players that they had, defensive linemen, edge defenders. And that's ultimately what led to this. So good for Jawan Taylor, though. He was at the draft. Always, it always hurts seeing guys that are at the draft and they don't go in the first round and they're sitting there waiting. He looks like he's handling it pretty well. The only thing is he doesn't get a jersey. I think that's the only bummer about being there, and then you don't get a custom jersey and that picture that'll last forever. But regardless, it's a great pick, second round. Jacksonville, trades up and gets their guy. So now the 49ers are on the clock, and then following them will be the Seattle Seahawks. And, so we got some NFC West blasting right here. So we have 49ers, Seahawks, Rams are going to pick in a little bit, and then the Seattle Seahawks traded down, so they'll have another pick as well in this. And then, of course, Arizona. So this will be interesting. The 49ers they selected Nick Bosa. So this will be interesting because they didn't get their interior presence. They didn't get their guy in Quinnen Williams. They got the edge presence. So what I could see here is maybe they go with somebody like Renell Wren, who would make a ton of sense. Interior guy. Obviously he's a pass rusher, but he's a mauler as a run stuffer. So, I really like Renell Wren. Obviously he's Team DTR. He's been on our show. So, this would be a great spot for him to go. He was getting some buzz where he could go in the first round.
He was. Wren is a very talented player. Would not be shocked to see him go here, but I'm going to keep saying it. Who makes a lot of sense for the 49ers right here?
I don't know who.
DK Metcalf.
Oh, yeah, you're
You
right.
got to give Jimmy Garoppolo weapons. You got to start
I had
building that
AJ Brown
offense.
here in my like redone second rounder. So as you can see, Alexis's is on the bottom of your screen.
Yep.
Um, and well, so far you've gotten none of them right. But I mean, it's early.
I think I have who do I have?
Oh, you were just two off from Byron Murphy. You had him going to the Raiders, who traded away their pick.
Yeah. Well, maybe Greedy Williams goes here. Maybe they take a corner, but
Actually, I had Greedy Williams. That's who I had, and that because I had AJ. Where did I have AJ Brown going? That's the interesting thing. But I had no, you had AJ Brown to the 49ers. You did. I
if
had
AJ Brown goes here, then
Greedy
I've got one
Williams.
right so far.
Well,
Let's not count me out, but it would be
we started
Metcalf.
off three in a row, and then it went all downhill from there. But I think I got one right later on in the night that was like bizarre. Like, I don't know how I got it right, but I did. Normally, the draft, it's kind of a wash. You get maybe four picks right, but at the end of the day, it's too hard because you have to factor in trades. It's hard to do that. Um, so hopefully, is the Facebook has that cleared up? Definitely let us know. Um, we'll obviously try and monitor that situation. We do see quite a few people that are tuned in right now, um, so we'll check on that periodically, see if we can't try and fix that. But
Yep, and I've got this Twitter thread up now, tracking all of our guys. Um, it should be working as expected, and you can look to that thread to see where all of our guys go who we've interviewed. One is off the board, Rakia Sin. Uh,
and now the 49ers are going to make
49ers
their
selection.
selection.
What do you think?
I mean, it's got
DK Metcalf.
it's Metcalf or Greedy. I think I'm gonna go with Greedy. He just looks like a 49er to me. I don't know. I feel like they're gonna go with Greedy.
Yeah, kind of. I feel that.
They need help at corner. Obviously they could go receiver. They did spend a second round pick on Dante Pettis, my number one receiver last year. So, they have guys. I mean, they paid Marquise Goodwin. Um, but we'll definitely see here. They also like Kendrick Bourne. I think people are sleeping on him as well. I don't think he's going to be a game changer,
Yeah.
but they do like him. So if that's kind of like what they're deciding between, that could be the deciding factor there.
Pick is about to come. Moment of truth. San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Second round pick.
Oh, this is the son of Reggie Cobb who passed
Oh,
away.
that's
Cool
cool
that they
that they
put him
did
out
that.
there. And we will see in
Let's
just a
see.
sec. Debo Samuel.
Okay.
So we were wrong on who the receiver was, but
We
we
were
kind of
right
had an idea that
about
it
the
was
receiver.
receiver or corner here. And Debo Samuel, I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He's unstoppable when he's healthy.
He
His issue has
is.
been health. I think that's
Yes.
really been his issue.
I still am not entirely sure that I uh, would take him over DK Metcalf, personally. But I mean,
Well,
I
yeah,
like
I
him. I
wouldn't
think
either. I mean, he's fifth on my board for receivers. Metcalf's first, so I definitely agree with you there. But I mean, Debo Samuel is somebody that wins after the catch. He wins off the line of scrimmage, has great release. He's physical. People called him at the Senior Bowl a rich man's Farrell Cooper. They both came from the same school, and they kind of have the same build. But hold on, it looks like we have a trade. The Panthers
Panthers.
are they're climbing up here, and
It's every pick. I just keep thinking someone's trading for Metcalf, but
this is going to be an interesting one here because where does Carolina go?
mm-hmm.
You know they made the move and they got Brian Burns. They didn't even have to do anything. Brian Burns fell into their lap, so
Right.
that'll be interesting. They got edge presence there. We did mention back when they were on the clock that they could go with Metcalf because they did let Devin Funchess go.
Correct.
So I mean, this will be and the pick's already in, so they
The pick is
know
in.
who they're trading up to get. And I don't believe, because I forget who said, wow, and the Seahawks are trading down again. So the Seahawks are just racking up picks. But what's one thing that I said last night that they continue to kind of, avoid? Protecting Russell Wilson. They trade out of this pick.
But they could have taken a tackle
Reisner.
here. Well, maybe the
They could-
Panthers thought that, and maybe the Panthers are going tackle. They didn't go tackle.
Yeah.
Certainly
Cody
could.
Ford.
Yep, Cody Ford, a Dalton Reisner.
It's mind-boggling that they put all that money and they invest all that money in Russell Wilson, but you have Cody Ford here, you have Dalton Reisner, you have Elgton Jenkins, you have Eric McCoy, and not one of them, Seattle takes the opportunity and picks them. So, I mean, if I will never hate on a team for trading down. It's better than reaching, right? But
right.
it's still,
When you have a need that is there, then it's questionable because you wonder.
when you have 4 guys that fit that need,
Yeah.
then it's really questionable. Because right now, Oakland could take somebody, Tampa Bay. I mean, they all could. You kind of look at this and you're like, Green Bay's absolutely going to take, an interior offensive lineman if he's if they're there, because they're definitely weak in that position.
What about an Eric McCoy?
Well, I think Eric McCoy makes a lot of sense for them.
I think he does too.
And
that's I think it's going to be him if not Metcalf.
Yeah. And I think Detroit's a team to watch, but I think that they're more invested in defense here because they went Hawkinson to start. So we'll see here. The Panthers are making their selection.
Let's see. Greg Little. Okay,
wow.
well, we were right about the tackle.
Well.
I need to bite a pizza to cope with this.
Yeah, so nice.
Was that a good plug?
Okay. So yeah, Greg Little, they seem to really like this pick. I did say he was kind of like the Orlando Brown of this draft, and Orlando Brown had a really good rookie year. His dad formerly played with the Ravens. He goes to the Ravens, had a good rookie year, but Greg Little didn't test well. That's something that everyone knows. But coming into the year, he was a preseason top 10 pick by everybody, so
right.
it'll be interesting here. Clearly they have a plan for him, but Buffalo just traded up and now things are getting crazy.
It's got to be Metcalf. I'm telling you, I know I keep saying it, but that's who I had the Bills taking in the first round. I had him taking DK Metcalf.
I got to tell you, we say this a lot, how lucky a team could be if that's exactly like what they're gonna do. But how lucky are the Bills? I mean, everyone said that they fell in love with Metcalf, when they had him in, and they were definitely gonna pick him at 9. They could get him here at 38, and they got Ed Oliver. The Bills instantly with this trade, if they get Metcalf, they jump up to the winners of this draft so far because they got Metcalf, who was my number 1 receiver, and they got my number 2 player in the draft in Ed Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
So like for me, this is great for Buffalo, but we'll see here. The pick's not in yet, but they did make that jump, and unfortunately, these trades are coming so quickly. I can't tell who had the pick.
I know. This was pick 38, so whoever picked 6, that would have been who the Giants gave their 6th pick to, which was.
They gave their the Giants gave their 6th pick to. Wait, what are you talking about?
The Giants were supposed to pick 6, but they traded up to 30 last night.
Oh,
so
the Giants, they traded with Seattle.
So so Seattle had this pick traded down.
They already traded down. Seattle just traded down, so I don't even know who this is. I mean, we probably should, but it's been so rapid fire,
I'm so glad I have my peach Lipton iced tea to get me through this moment.
The plugs.
So anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna say it's DK Metcalf till it's DK Metcalf. It's absurd. There must be something we don't know. If he slides to the bottom of the
there's
second,
nothing that anyone said.
There's nothing that's been reported, but all the time there's things that come out later. Like, teams were concerned by, and some trivial thing. If it's really that teams are concerned by his 3-cone drill, I'll freak out.
Yeah, that would be.
If that's the reason.
That would be a little irritating, to say the least.
Real quick, Do you like this graphic here or in the corner?
I do.
Better?
Yeah.
We're going to redo that.
So.
All right.
The pick is in, though.
The pick is in. I'm working on that Twitter thread as we speak. Everything should be a go on all fronts. If not, bear with us.
Yeah. And we were so into it yesterday, and we're still going to be so into it today.
We are.
But we just want to stress enough, like, this is going to be more relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give our insight, but we're going to, crack open a Coke or, have some pizza. So just letting you know now, we won't be chewing in your ear, but, we will be, we'll be having some fun. You're hanging out with us.
Yeah, it's a long night. It's a fun night. It's Friday night. We're watching the NFL draft, rounds 2 and 3. I mean, it doesn't really get better than this.
You're right. It really it doesn't. I mean, the draft only comes once a year, so you know this is huge. It was with the Raiders, so the Raiders get an additional 5th-round pick to move down 2 spots. So the Bills didn't skyrocket, but clearly whoever Tampa Bay wanted, the Bills found out and were like, "Yeah, we're gonna jump you here." I mean, to trade down 2 spots, 5th-rounder, that seems like a decent. Like the Raiders kind of fleeced them. They just moved 2 spots up. I don't know. I mean,
it does, and I'm hearing Facebook Live is down again.
That is
not sure. We're trying, folks. We're getting it up. If you can hear us, at least that's you can hear what's going on in our commentary. But we understand that it's frustrating not to be able to just put a face with.
Yeah, I mean.
But we're working on it. It is working on Twitter. It is working on YouTube. By all indications, it's working on Twitch still. But we're working on that. We'll work on that as we wait for this Buffalo Bills pick. They've traded up. They've traded with the Oakland Raiders. Coming out now to make the pick is.
And. Is that,
I know
that's
his
the
name.
center,
I'm
right?
on the face.
Eric Wood. Boom.
Yep.
Got it. He retired 2 years ago. How old do we feel? I feel like I
feel old all the time now. Yeah, but Bill's pick is in. Who's it gonna be?
Cody Ford.
Okay, that's not a bad pick.
Not a bad pick.
Not a bad pick. They traded up to get him. There's a lot of talent left still at the offensive tackle position. That could have gone yesterday. Cody Ford, in my opinion, should have gone like way early yesterday.
Yeah,
it
was a little.
Greg Little, before Titus Howard, before McGarry.
Yeah. Well, McGarry, absolutely. That was a reach, and I apologize, Dan Gleason, but that was a reach. They traded up to get him too, with the Rams. So, I love this pick because you're getting somebody that can play, 4 out of the 5 positions, in my opinion. This is somebody that's going to come in and he's going to, he's a monster as a run blocker. But, the thing about Cody Ford is he went up against top competition. He really didn't allow much of anything as far as pressure. And, this is just another good investment to kind of protect their ultimate investment in Josh Allen, who they trade up and got in the 7th pick last year. So makes a lot of sense for me. Kind of a no-brainer, especially if you just have to move up 2 spots.
Oh, absolutely.
Tampa Bay might have actually snagged him. So
right.
I like the pick.
And now we have Tampa Bay on the clock. Who do you think they're going to take?
I mean, that's tough because, they went linebacker, and, I could see Ja'Kai Polite here. I could see, an edge presence.
Yeah.
I could see a corner.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Lane. This could be where he goes. Lonnie Johnson Jr.
Greedy Williams.
Lonnie Johnson is gaining some serious buzz throughout this process.
Him and I think also his counterpart, who we've interviewed, Derek Beatty. Is also gaining. Both of those.
That prototypical 6'3" corner.
Right. Well, the pick is in for Tampa Bay. I think we're thinking the vibe is corner, but again, there's guys like Ja'Kai Polite. DK Metcalf wouldn't be wildly out of the equation. An offensive lineman, maybe.
Well, wow, if they got Metcalf, that receiver room would be just absolutely stacked.
Right.
They really like Justin Watson, the receiver they got last year, I believe the 4th round out of Penn U. So Shout out to Penn, because Blaine Grisack, our own Blaine, he covers Penn. So, but I mean, really, they lose Adam Humphries.
Hmm.
They did trade away Deshaun Jackson. So it's looking like it's opening up for Justin Watson. They have Mike Evans. They have Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Do you want to pair Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and with DK Metcalf? I mean, that'd be monstrous.
I mean, it'd be a tremendous help to Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
But another thing that you have to look at is the running game in Tampa Bay. They kind of took a shot in the dark with Ronald Jones, your USC boy.
Yeah, I'm wearing my USC.
Didn't really pan
getup.
out. I mean, they could give him time. And then other than him, I'm blanking on really who's even a back there. So you could say there's only been one running back taken this draft. Do they go for a guy like David Montgomery? Possibly like a Miles Sanders.
They could, and
Devin
Miles
Singletary.
Sanders I've seen here, but I kind of like corner here.
I like corner too. I think that there's
I'm going to say Lonnie Johnson Jr. is going to be the pick.
let's say Greedy Williams. Spice
But
it
we'll
up.
see.
Let's
I mean,
see.
it's already been spiced up. Like, Rock Ya-Sin went ahead of all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And, Greg Little. So, we'll see.
All right.
There's Trent Dilfer.
Yep, Trent Dilfer is about to read the Buccaneers selection. Sean Bunting.
What did I tell you though? I was expecting a Greedy Williams corner. I was expecting somebody like Lonnie Johnson Jr. I didn't think it'd be Sean Bunting, but I did expect it to be kind of out there. That's just how this draft's been. Guys have their different boards. That's what we're seeing here.
It really goes to show, like we touched on last night, teams like who they like for whatever reason. We are somewhat subjective. Us, analysts, everybody, we kind of rank who we think is best position wise, one through however. But teams don't always see it the same way we do. Teams, maybe they look at different factors. I think they look at physical talent. They look at off the field issues, personality, scheme fit. A ton goes into making these decisions. So, that pick, there's a lot of guys I would have taken before Sean there, but that's who Tampa Bay wanted. So that's who they got.
Yeah. I mean, Greedy's still there, of course. Lonnie Johnson Jr., Joanne Williams, Justin Lane. Justin Lane's my second corner, so he's the best cornerback, in my opinion, available. But, I mean, you also have to look at Julian Love. I mean, that's your guy from Notre Dame. And,
Yeah.
I mean, he's a great corner as well. Chris Boyd from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Amani Oruwariye, friend of the podcast, from Penn State. So,
Yep.
There's a bunch of corners out there. And a lot of them are going to come off the board. But, I'm really interested to see, teams like Philly, do they trade up? You see, like, Nasir Adderley still there. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Guys that would really fit their situation. I mean, their secondary is lacking. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah.
And something happened to Jalen Mills. I mean, like, he got into a fight or something. Like, I mean, that's their number one corner. And,
Right.
So,
Yeah,
I could see somebody like that. I mean, our own Rams, I could see them trading down if they don't really feel like anybody's a must grab right now.
Right. Well, now we have the Oakland Raiders on the clock. They've got about 2 minutes left to pick. DK Metcalf is still there.
I mean, DK Metcalf,
I keep saying it.
Antonio Brown. I keep blanking on who they have at receiver, but they got the kid from Oklahoma State that I really liked.
Marcel Aitman. I think?
Yes,
Yeah,
Marcel Aitman.
Yeah, I mean they. Tyrell Williams.
Tyrell Williams.
But again, I still think there's a guy like DK Metcalf out there, and you've got Antonio Brown. I mean.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Also, I want to point something out. Miami's pick. There is a lot of rumbling right now on social media that Miami is really trying to get Josh Rosen.
I have seen that.
Yeah. So that's another thing. It's not up for a couple more picks, but.
Oh, and one thing I want to bring up. Drew Lock. Because
still on the board. I know. It's
Denver
crazy.
Sitting there. We all thought Elway was going to grab him at 10. Trades down with the Steelers. And Elway ends up getting Noah Fant. So, is he going to go quarterback? Is he going to wait? I mean, I liked your point where I think he really likes Justin Herbert. But that's next year, obviously. Maybe you're not expecting somebody like Drew Lock to fall. And, but I think this kind of goes to show you, like, I know Daniel Jones was selected sixth.
Hmm.
Daniel Jones would still be there if the Giants didn't select him.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
Drew
that's
Lock is
absurd.
I, you know, I think he's a better quarterback than Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
I think he's more NFL ready. I think that the thing with Drew Lock that teams might shy away from is that he does have an inconsistent delivery. His mechanics are just very
right.
inconsistent. But
Yeah.
when he gets that, model of consistency, and he's going to establish that, he has the raw talent to become a superstar quarterback
Oh,
in the NFL.
absolutely, absolutely. And it's interesting because again, we keep talking about all these teams. It's a gift. Drew Lock is there for John Elway at 10 in the second round. Could
Yeah,
could it be he still gets the quarterback he wants? But again, maybe that's not who he has. Maybe he's has his sights set on next year. Denver did trade for Joe Flacco. I've been saying that I don't think you trade for Joe Flacco if you don't plan to play him immediately and keep him playing. So, it's interesting. Oakland's pick is in. That'll be announced here in a few seconds. Uh, after Oakland, it's Denver, another AFC West team. So,
yeah. I mean, we'll see here. I think they went safety. They went edge. Um, I mean, I gotta imagine that this could really be anybody. This is an opportunity. They traded down, so they clearly didn't have the burning desire to pick a 38. This could really be anybody. Um, Here it comes. I'm gonna say it's Greedy Williams, but I mean, we'll see here as Charles Woodson is announcing the pick, and Charles Woodson, of course, played cornerback, so maybe he's announcing a cornerback.
Greedy Williams is makes sense. I mean, it makes sense
Yeah,
for a Raider. He seems like a Raider. I love Charles Woodson.
he was great,
He was.
fantastic player. But
I wish we could hear what he was saying. He's giving a very impassioned speech right now.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
let's see. Moment of truth. I think they go receiver or they go corner. I mean, they could go offensive line. That wouldn't be
I'm
out
getting
of the
really bad
question.
at the lip reading today. I haven't
Me,
gotten
well,
one
you
where
know
I
what
was
it
like,
is?
ooh.
It's today. These guys are giving like a little speech beforehand, and then we don't know exactly when they're saying it.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Trayvon Mullen.
All right.
Um,
So,
I'll let you speak about that.
well, my issue first off is that he's not the best cornerback coming from Clemson. It's Mark Fields, and I've said that. I think Trayvon Mullen is a good cornerback. I think he's a good prospect, but there are some times he's very raw, and I don't feel like he does a good job of he gets he doesn't redirect receivers. He
Right.
doesn't use his physicality. This is somebody that he's apparently the cousin of Lamar Jackson, which I just found out. But Trayvon Mullen, he's a little raw, and I don't know how much I like this pick. I would say because you have Greedy Williams there, you have Justin Lane, and to me, if you're gonna get a
Yeah.
raw guy, Justin Lane is the best one to get. He's only been playing cornerback for 2 years.
Right.
That has the most upside. Um,
Yeah,
you know,
I've got to have trust in Mike Mayock that there's something that he saw or he liked, in Trayvon Mullen. I had Trayvon Mullen going in the second. I had him going late second.
yeah, I would say late second, early
But
third for me.
right, but I just like you said, looking at the guys on the board still, is that really the best choice that you could take there for that position?
Yeah,
Kind of like the Giants yesterday.
yeah,
They got all the
yeah.
right positions, but all the wrong prospects.
They killed us with that.
I was dying.
That was it was definitely hard to watch that honestly because I mean it was kind of funny, because it's like they get Daniel Jones and we were like there's no way they're actually going to take Daniel Jones, like that was all hearsay, but they basically just told everyone we're going to take Daniel Jones, and the Redskins, they baited him, and I think I don't know. I think that the Giants obviously not picking in their spot because they traded up to get DeAndre Baker. Any one of these corners today, maybe they're a little bit worse or they're a little bit better than DeAndre Baker, but I don't see the point of trading away, your third rounder to get him. I mean, that was a little They seem to
Right.
just give up too much, I thought.
Yeah, my phone's being blown up by Sean Bunting's Central Michigan teammates who we know.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, we have some Central Michigan boys that we know, and they're pumped for Sean, who went to the Bucks, second round pick.
That, that'll be an interesting
It'll be
fit.
an interesting fit. I mean, I think to see how that works out. Obviously, want him to do well. Again, it's a kind of it wasn't a head scratcher because of the position. Again, it's just the prospect.
Yeah.
Not that he won't do well. I just had him going later.
Yeah, I had him late second, early third. I feel like I said that about everybody, but no, I did. Denver's on the clock here.
Is it Drew Lock? And if not, who is it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be shocked if it wasn't, honestly.
I mean,
I think it
would be
makes too
shocked
much sense.
it does. Again, we keep talking about these gifts that the draft is bringing these GMs. Drew Lock is a gift here.
Yeah, he is. He in Cincinnati. If he gets by, Cincinnati now can say, well, we drafted Drew Lock in the second. We didn't draft him in the first, so we still can play Andy Dalton this year, and then
Right.
yeah, bring
I
Drew
mean, if
Lock
Drew
in
Lock
next
doesn't
year.
go here, very well might go to Cincinnati in the next pick. Pick is in for Denver. But also, here's another option that we're forgetting about.
TK Metcalf.
No. Well, I mean,
I can't believe he hasn't been drafted. I mean, he's gonna make it to the Rams' next pick.
our boy Dalton Reisner, the Colorado
Denver
boy.
literally just traded again. They traded with Cincinnati again. So one of these has to be a quarterback. I think they're
For
going with the
back-to-back?
Wiggins, Colorado kid, Dalton Reisner, our guy, and I think they're going to go with Drew Lock.
I like that combo. I love both those guys. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
get myself some Broncos gear. Uh, yeah, you would have to think that one of these picks is. Is this still the Broncos? Yeah, they kept both of them.
Well, no, the Cincinnati Bengals had the next pick and they traded up.
Right. You have to think one of these is Drew Lock. One of these has to be Drew Lock. Let's see. Dalton Reisner.
So we
It's our boy.
the
My
shout out
heart.
to Dalton Reisner.
Dalton Reisner.
He
He
is
is our homeboy.
that it's bittersweet because obviously you want
Yeah.
him in Los Angeles as being a Rams fan, but I mean this is one of the most grueling, offensive linemen in this draft.
Oh,
I
for
mean
sure.
he's gonna push you around. He is. I mean we talked to him. He's the nicest guy, on the phone, but he's the meanest guy on the field.
Oh, absolutely.
Plays through the whistle.
Yep, he's
So-
very competitive in the best way, very competitive, a beast. I mean, if you're watching the draft right now, you're seeing all of his highlights on the screen right now. And I'm just so happy for him. This is his hometown team. He's from Colorado. I've been talking about it in every single show. I've been working him into conversation about how much I want him on the Rams. But if he's not going to go to the Rams, I'm glad that he gets to go to his hometown team. Denver Broncos, not that far from where I live. I'll go catch a game. But you have to think that this is Drew Lock.
And if so, we just predicted the two picks that they had.
We did.
And that's impressive. But at
Go
the
us.
same time, why would you take your quarterback as the second back-to-back? That's why I'm kind of having doubts. It's like, wouldn't you just take him 41st? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not that big of a deal, but maybe they traded up there and they wanted to make sure they got Reisner, but they're still, they're waiting on, figuring out what they want to do there. But
And this is round 2, pick 10, correct? Updating our Twitter thread. It's 42, yeah, or 9.
yeah, so this is 42. So we had the Lions, the Packers, the Rams. So, I mean, you see Reisner go off the board. You could definitely see McCoy to the Rams, I think, if he's available. I had them selecting Blake Cashman, but that's I think Blake Cashman's the best pick there.
I have him going there in my my mock that I put on the bottom of the screen that I put out today. I had the Broncos taking Blake Cashman. So
So we'll see here. I'm excited for Denver's pick here. This is
It is interesting that they traded because they just picked and they've traded for back to back picks. Round 2, pick 9.
trying to fix the ticker. It looks like it stopped, but
All right, pick is in. The second pick for Denver. Let's see what happened. I just feel like it's got to be Drew Lock. Why? Who else are you trading up for? Maybe a Greedy Williams.
they did trade up for this pick. That's a good point.
Yeah. So I just think if you're gonna give up whatever they gave up, it's got to be.
Well, I'm sticking with Drew Lock because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. We've been wrong a lot, but you know, I definitely picking him 42nd raises the question.
I'm still and just so in awe of this Dalton Reisner pick. I love Dalton Reisner. You love Dalton Reisner. I talk
Yeah.
about him way too much on the show because I've been trying to speak it into existence that the Rams pick him up. Didn't happen, but he got to go to his hometown team. That's good for him. I'm happy for him. He deserves it. We've been lucky enough to develop a relationship with him.
Yeah,
Awesome guy.
shouting us out to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
friends. I mean,
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. How we found out Dalton Reisner was telling people about our show.
yeah,
He was going around talking very highly of us, which we appreciated because we think very highly of him. And now we've got a friend on the Denver Broncos, and we'll be cheering him on. And the only time I think we'll be rooting against him is if they play the Rams. And even then, we'll hope that he does good. But
yeah. Well, when you get into that, you want the player that is going up against your team to do well. You just don't want the team that the player's on to win.
right,
So.
and I'm adding him to our Twitter thread. You can find that at Downtown Rams, as you see on the screen. We have a thread of all the guys we've interviewed. Okay, so here's what the Bengals received. They got the Broncos' second round pick, a fourth, and a sixth from the Broncos for this pick.
They
Great.
did trade down though. Like it wasn't like we'll just move down a spot. Like you see where Cincinnati is. They're in that Philly, Houston back-to-back territory. So we'll see.
Should I tag him in our tweet?
Yeah.
In the tracker?
Absolutely. I just said congrats.
I'm going to send him crying face emojis tomorrow. Like, I don't know if it's sadness or tears of joy.
It's Drew Lock.
It's Drew
there
Lock.
we go. We nailed it.
Nailed it.
You can't get coverage like this
Like
DTR
this.
live.
We are going to start charging for this.
Oh
Psychic
my god.
readings.
I love this.
I love this. They got their guy.
This is great.
It's so good.
Denver Broncos fans should be excited. They get Noah Fant, so they get an instant tight end that's going to come in and he could play, right away, and he's going to be a playmaker and he's going to give Joe Flacco a weapon. But hold on a sec, is Joe Flacco going to be the starter? See, we talked about this yesterday.
Right.
I think Drew Lock is better right now than Joe Flacco.
Oh,
is.
absolutely. And I think
I mean,
think
this
that
is-
if they
wow.
go and they, a lot of teams you say Joe Flacco's our starter. Joe Flacco's,
I've given
veteran.
Elway a lot of flack. He's killing this draft.
Oh, absolutely.
The Broncos have moved down, they moved up, they are killing this draft.
They
and
really
I mean
are.
they're also they helped out the Steelers. Steelers go out and they get Devin Bush. That was their guy. Cool, But the Broncos you don't make a trade unless it works for both sides. And that's exactly what the Broncos did. So I absolutely love it. The last two picks, Dalton Reisner, Drew Lock, I'm giving them both A+. That's how I see it. I mean, second round, neither are second round talents. They're first round talents, in my opinion. And I think that this is just a great move all around.
I think it is. I think I'm pumped. My guys, Dalton Reisner, my Mizzou guy Drew Lock. If Denver just starts drafting Notre Dame guys, I'm going to have a lot of conflicting feelings because
Oh boy.
Denver has taken everyone that I've loved.
Shout out to Alexis on the bottom right now. You can find that Broncos Drew Lock right there. It's actually right before they traded for the pick for Mac Wilson, but
Well, the Lions are up now. Who do you think the Lions take? There's a lot of ways they could go with this because they'd be a DK Metcalf guy.
So the Lions could go, they definitely could go DK Metcalf, and I'm gonna say they go Eric McCoy. They're gonna get an interior guy next to Frank Ragnow, who they got. Try to protect Stafford, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went corner here. And if they went corner, I'm gonna say Justin Lane, but I think it's gonna be Eric McCoy. So we'll see here. It's Jelani Tavai, another DTR guy. Oh my God! And now they're flying off the board.
You know what's funny is I actually have the Lions. I believe, and I'd have to look at this. My third round, I think I had them taking Tavai. I think I can't. It changes because you have to adjust it based on who's gone and who hasn't. We'll be adding Jelani Tavai to our tracker right now. Wow, great pick. We love Jelani.
Yeah.
And I'll let you. I mean,
Jelani literally was like, "Yeah, guys, anytime you come down to Hawaii, let me know. I'll show you around." And we talked to him. There's open communication, so it's not like he's just saying that. So he came on our show. He was unbelievable. But when you watch the film, very athletic linebacker.
Absolutely.
Rams fans should definitely be bummed because this guy would have made a ton of sense for the Rams.
He would have.
But there are so many linebackers. And I'm so glad that Tavai comes off the board here, just for Tavai, because I think he is in that tier. Mm-hmm. I think he should be, talked about in that same tier group. Huge fan of him. He's got a nonstop motor. I think this is a great pick for the Lions for sure.
Well, and the Packers have already made their pick, which was rather quick.
Let's see, and we'll see here. I mean, maybe this is McCoy. And then
that would make sense. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers. That's what we've been saying.
Yeah. Do you consider trading back if you're the Rams? I mean, no one's giving me a reason like I have to go out. Nasir Adderley's there. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's there. You talk Chris Boyd, Tavon Coney, Nate Davis. Amani Oruwariye, Justin Lane. I mean, there's so many guys that are there. Mm-hmm. And I mean, my guy Blake Cashman's there. Our guy Blake Cashman's there. So, I mean, that's where I have him going. We'll see. Because he didn't have a private visit with the Rams. And there are some concerns, like you brought up. He had the shoulder surgery on both shoulders. So that could lead to him falling. But when you look at the best linebacker in this draft, to me, it's Cashman. Now, I love that for Tavai, though. I thought that was a great pick.
I do, too. And, we're going to wait. The Packers pick is in. I think they're going to commercial break, so they're not announcing it yet. But, what's interesting is another guy that's still on the board that we know the Rams really like is our guy Colin Saunders. Now, is this too early to take Colin Saunders?
Looks like they're going to make the selection, which is surprising. Yeah, I totally thought they were going to commercial break. They faked us out.
Oh, they faked us out. Maybe they were confused.
Often.
All right, who are we thinking? Are we thinking like an Eric McCoy, DK Metcalf?
I'm going to say Eric McCoy's coming off the board here.
That's what I'm feeling. It makes a lot of sense for them.
They need interior line help. They had guys like TJ Lang, and they had Josh Sitton, and now those guys have since gone on to retire or moved on to other teams.
Correct.
They need help there, in my opinion. So it's Elgton Jenkins. So they go with the Rams met with him.
They do. They go with the center.
Yeah.
Like McCoy, but they go with Jenkins instead of McCoy.
This is my number one center. So this is a great pick.
I like this pick. I like we said.
Extremely versatile.
Yes, and do not let Aaron Rodgers get hurt again.
Exactly.
You can't.
And
that's do it.
You go out, you get Elgton Jenkins, who can play any position on the offensive line. Makes a lot of sense. But hold a sec. The Rams have traded down with the New England Patriots. So that is something.
Rams, of all the people to trade with. No, I actually, well,
This
I mean,
is
I want to see the return on this. What's in it for us?
well, you have
And
to imagine
also,
they traded back. They're gonna get the Patriots selection towards the end of the second, I would imagine, and they're maybe gonna get a fourth out of it. But that's actually kind of a far trade back. We'll see. This is interesting. And who are the Patriots trading up? Oh well, they could go. I mean, they could grab anybody at this point. They could grab Irv Smith or Smith, so they would have a tight end there. They could go with DK Metcalf. They already drafted N'Keal Harry, but they
yep,
could go
I,
with Metcalf
I,
because he's still there. You know,
right, and I like Irv Smith. I like the tight end option for them. Gronkowski's retired. It
the
is
the
hard to
Alabama connection too.
the Alabama connection, and
Pick is
it's
already
going
in.
to be really hard to replace Gronkowski. Okay, if
I
you
think
look at
they
the guys
traded
in
up
this,
ahead of Indy for that. Whoever Indy wants, they probably figured out because they traded way up. But we'll see who the Rams get because it almost looks like they traded out the second round completely.
yeah, I just need to take a sip of my Lipton iced tea while we're waiting.
Yeah, you might have to get me an orange vanilla Coke too, since we're gonna plug
No,
in everything
yeah,
that we're doing.
I mean it. I just love it. It's great. It has great taste. It's sweet. It's not. It doesn't have
And
too
this
much
pizza as
sugar.
well.
This
Mabella.
pizza, yeah, we're gonna eat that during this commercial break. Yeah, just so many good things, products that we love to use all the time. All right.
Mm.
So the Patriots here again. I think they go tight end. They could go like a linebacker situation. They could go safety. Nasir Adderley is still on the board. Uh, or do they take quarterback?
Yeah, we will definitely see. That was the Rams did get that pick, by the way. It was a graphic issue. Oh God, they're trade backs. They have it right on the like as soon as it happens, like boom, trade back, and it's like you don't have time to react. You're like, who just had the pick? Oh, the Rams had the
Well, I'm
pick.
curious to see what we get in return.
Yes. Really interesting trading with the team that beat you in the Super Bowl. It's almost like swallowing your pride a little bit.
Well,
Um,
it had to work out for both
but
teams.
But
So
here's
you
the
have to
thing:
think.
established connections. Because we look at Les Snead, used to work with Atlanta. He's on good terms with Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
They've made multiple trades before. They made the Alec Ogletree trade when the Rams traded to get Alec Ogletree. They traded back in that draft, and then this one they make the trade down with the Falcons. So the Falcons can go get McGarry. The reason I say with the Patriots is the Patriots they traded with last year for Brandon Cooks.
Right.
So those you already have those pipelines kind of built. That's why you never want to burn any bridges in the NFL because you have to talk to these guys. If you want to make a trade, well, you're going to have to be able to communicate, and these guys are going to have to, like there's literally teams out there that don't want to trade to other teams for whatever reason.
Right.
Whether it's, division, all that. So,
Okay.
wow. And the Rams get another
Another.
third round pick. This is
Let's go.
fantastic.
This
Double thumbs
Les
up.
Snead.
Wow.
Proud of you.
Wow.
Proud of you. Yeah, this is good for us. Like we've been talking about on our podcast for a long time. A lot of value in this third, fourth round projection this year.
Oh yeah.
There's a big separation, in my opinion, of talent, star talent, and then I think there's a drop off, and then it's more value.
Mm.
And I think that the third round is the place to be. I love that the Rams are acquiring these third round picks. A lot of our guys.
It's my favorite round. It's honestly my favorite round.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to see who the Patriots traded up for.
Dante
Hightower's announcing the pick.
So we'll see this. I feel like they're going to get Cashman.
Cashman makes sense here.
Rip my heart out. It's Joejuan Williams. So
Okay.
I feel like that's a prototypical New England Patriot pick.
Mm-hmm, it is.
He's very similar to Stephon Gilmore. I think he's a lot like Sean Smith. That was my comparison, but they have Stephon Gilmore. I feel like he's very similar to that Sean Smith, Stephon Gilmore build. 2-year starter in college. He didn't run well. He ran like a 4.6. He's 6'3", of course.
Right.
But I think that's how he fell because I know teams they were buzzing about him potentially sneaking in that first round.
Definitely, yeah. I look at Joejuan Williams, and to me, he allows very little separation between him and anyone he covers.
He's very physical.
He's very physical. He's a hard hitter. It's not very often that you see a receiver get far away from him. He's always right on him. Like just looking at him, you could tell he's got great size, great length. I like it. I think it's a good pick for the Patriots, but I don't know if it's necessarily one they would have needed to trade up for. Maybe it's again.
Greedy Williams is still there.
Exactly. I mean, we're looking at this draft, and the story of this draft is, why are they trading up for these guys? There must be something we don't know.
Wow. I mean, look at you watch. I mean, you watch his ability. He mirrors well. If you get him in one-on-one, matchups, like say they go against the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
If he has to go up against Marquise Brown, that's a serious mismatch because he doesn't have the long speed. He can't maintain the speed. He's actually fairly explosive, right out of his stance. Like when he runs, I mean, he takes off. But, sustaining that long-term speed, that's what he doesn't have. That's why his 40 time was around a 4.6. So that's really the only thing with him. So I guess, this is somebody that can bump you off the line of scrimmage. I think that's what he's going to do primarily. He's probably going to play bump and run. And he can also win as a zone corner as well. So Patriots have a plan for him. That's why they made that move.
And now we've got the Cleveland Browns are on the
clock.
And
was this a trade, or did the Browns finally have a pick in this draft?
Finally have a pick.
That's it's bizarre because it just seems like they were never going to make their pick.
So I love eating New York pizza in New York. It feels right.
Because it is right. Let's see here. The pick is in, but people are talking, so he's going to have to wait.
What do you think they do here?
Justin Lane. You you go out, you get a corner. They grabbed.
You think him over Greedy Williams for the Browns?
Greedy Williams is falling for every concern that we had. So when people say, well, why do you, say that? Because you're not a scout or you're not this. Sometimes when you watch the film and you pick up on things, you're right. And I think what people are seeing, the reason he's falling is what we were seeing. He doesn't want to tackle. He doesn't want to get his hands dirty. There's a lack of effort. And I think that's honestly causing him to fall because he is a fantastic cover corner. But can you do it all? And that's the thing. One of the greatest cornerbacks ever, Deion Sanders, was not great at tackling per se. So, I mean, you can work, but a lot of, defensive coordinators, they want their guy to be able to get his hands dirty. And, it's Greedy can fix that, but it's effort issues always scare teams. That's as easy as, you can put it.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a concern with Greedy Williams, and I think it's good that you mentioned that Deion Sanders comparison because he does remind me a lot of him, and but like you said, soft tackler, not very aggressive.
Yeah, he's trying to bite your ankles. He's not going to wrap up.
So
the Colts did trade down again.
They did.
It's Ballard, it's Snead, it's L.
And they only moved back 3 picks, and they also get an additional 5th-round pick from Cleveland.
No brainer.
Yeah, easy trade.
I mean, Metcalf's still there. They could still get DK Metcalf.
I know the Browns aren't taking him. If the Browns take DK Metcalf, they then have DK Metcalf, Odell Beckham Jr., and Jarvis Landry.
Oh, I meant Indy. I think they're going Justin Lane, 100%.
Oh, right. But the Browns, I don't think this is where... If DK Metcalf goes here with Baker Mayfield, then I would be...
They really like Rashard. No one talks about Rashard Higgins, but they signed him long term.
Right, which is why... Jim Brown.
That's Jim Brown, right? Yeah, there.
Jim Brown, the famous Cleveland Brown, is announcing the pick here in just a second.
I want to have a bite of my Labella pizza, so.
Yeah, Jake's eating his Labella pizza. But yeah, Cleveland is a team that a lot of people, it's early, you get all this talk, but a lot of people are saying Super Bowl team. I think it's early for that, but they certainly have the pieces to do that, I think, if everything works out the way they think. Traded for Odell Beckham Jr., Gave up a first rounder for that, but they're here in the second round. Pick is coming. Who knows? Let's see. Greedy Williams.
Wow. So I had the corner.
Right.
I made the bold move to say it's going to
Well,
be Justin Lane. Ends up being Greedy Williams. And it was almost on cue, right? Because we were just talking about Greedy Williams more than the guy that I had them picking. You know,
yeah,
it just seemed
it's. I think it was about time for Greedy to go. It made sense. I mean, he was a guy who I thought was going to go mid first, and now it's mid second. So now Seattle's on the clock. Seattle has been trading back and back and back.
They have. But first, before we get into Seattle, Denzel Ward, Greedy Williams.
That's insane.
That's a really good duo. I could see them going safety because, obviously they like Demarius Randall. They traded for him from Green Bay. But, they did trade away Jabril Peppers, and I've always called him a positionless player because he's just kind of, a wild card. He can play safety, he can play linebacker, but I wouldn't call him a Swiss Army knife because he still hasn't reached that level in the NFL where he's comfortable playing at his speed. He thinks too much. So they don't have a safety, in my opinion, right now. So I think that they could go out and get another safety. Brian Body Calhoun, they had as well, but I don't believe they have him anymore. So
I think that makes sense. I could see Nasir Adderley.
Yeah.
Or I don't.
But Seattle, I mean, then this is the interesting one because, Seattle here, they keep trading down, which is really, intrigues me. McCoy's there. You got to protect Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I was gonna say
McCoy's still there somehow. I'm surprised the Rams didn't grab him. Because I really thought that's a guy that they liked, but they're showing Cody Ford, for whatever reason. But
Cody Ford got picked.
Yeah, I think this is just they took too long.
Replay? Maybe they didn't have time to show him earlier. He got picked by the Bills, right?
Yeah.
Bills. Okay, so we're waiting to hear that Seattle Seahawks pick. It's in. They're replaying Cody Ford walking out on the stage because he was at the draft.
That might be live. No, it's not. Well, I can't really tell. No, that's not live because we saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Seattle, you got to think it's offensive line.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's McCoy. At this point, you got to grab an offensive lineman because it starts getting that time where there's a huge drop off, right? So McCoy, I would say Nate Davis is a possibility here. Friend of the podcast, Nate Davis. Those are some guys that I'd be looking at. I think Seattle's going to take McCoy though.
I do too.
I mean, they have not had the offensive line for Russell Wilson, and it shows. It's that simple.
Right. Man, I'm still in awe of that Dalton Reisner pick for him. I'm so happy for him. All right. They're still talking to Cody Ford, but Seattle's pick is in. Jake and I are in agreement that this is going to be Eric McCoy. Unless they do something bold. Nasir Adderley wouldn't be that bold, but they could also very well do a Rennell Wren.
Yeah, I could.
They went LG Collier. Or LJ Collier. Replace Frank Clark.
I just would be surprised if I won't say that. From the team that can't protect Russell Wilson has shown no desire to go out and get a guy to protect Russell Wilson. I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't go out and protect him, but it just seems like, Eric McCoy here just makes too much sense. If they don't go Eric McCoy, then they could go, Justin Lane, who fits their typical build for a cornerback, or they could go Nasir Adderley, who doesn't really fit their typical build as a safety. Neither does Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So, that'd be best available type of thing. What I worry about is maybe they go Colin Saunders. So, they could do that.
Break our hearts.
They could go a receiver. Right now, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, Hakeem Butler,
Oh, Hakeem Butler's still there. We got to keep that in mind.
you know.
Well, here's someone's coming out to make the Seattle Seahawks selection. Let's see who this is. I don't know, I'm nervous
It's
because
Sean Alexander. I haven't seen Sean Alexander since the cover of Madden.
he's there with some child.
Yeah.
Who we're not sure who the child is, but
We don't have audio. Maybe day 3 will ease up a little bit and put some audio.
yeah. Day 3 is going to be an interesting show.
It's going to be a very, very relaxed show.
It's
7 hours.
It's 7 hours. I mean, we're going to be sitting here for 7 hours. I'm going to eat while this pick is up because it just seems like it might take a while.
Yeah. And they didn't. I thought they totally announced the pick, and it's still going. He's gonna announce.
The child is going to announce it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a St. Jude's patient.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Wow. Okay. I. She's eating, so we're not going to get any viral videos of you talking with your mouth full. But I'll just say this right now: Marquise Blair would have been there probably in the 4th round. This is a reach.
Good for us.
This is a reach. Talking from unbiased, non-Rams perspective, this is a huge reach for Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle isn't going out and getting a bona fide game changer. That's kind of the thing when you have guys out there, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Nasir Adderley, you have Juan Thornhill. Justin Lane would have made more sense to me as a corner. I don't get this pick, and this is one of the biggest reaches I've seen today. Well, this is the biggest reach I've seen today.
Seattle,
this is one of the biggest reaches I've seen.
Saints just traded up.
And the Saints just traded up, so we finally...
With who, though? I know that they
finally
traded...
get the Saints on there.
Yeah, I know they traded, because this is obviously not where they were originally supposed to... Who did they trade with? From Miami.
So Miami traded that pick.
Okay, who do you think? Who are the Saints trading up to? Metcalf.
They could.
That's the 28th.
The Saints are gonna. The Saints are gonna grab one of our guys. I think, Renell Wren.
You think they're gonna get Wren?
We'll see. Deuce McAllister is announcing it.
I mean, they need another target for Drew Brees.
He's not announcing it. It's gonna be Jari Evans. So
Let's see.
Eric McCoy.
Okay.
That's a really good pick, and
good pick. Yeah.
That's somebody I really expected the Rams to have interest in at 45. So they trade down. I don't know if they were expecting McCoy to be there later on. I doubt it. I think they just bit the bullet and they're like, well, there's a really good football player we're going to be able to take at 56.
Look how happy he is.
So this is a really good thing. Obviously, Eric McCoy, he's the best offensive lineman, available at this point.
Agree. Totally agree.
Didn't allow a sack in 2018, and
I think it's interesting that the Saints traded up for him. He probably wouldn't have been there by the time the Saints picked.
They brought Bridgewater back, so if he's the future, you're prepping. Bridgewater's going to be with McCoy. Obviously, Breeze is going to have McCoy, but Max Unger is he's up there in age, so Eric McCoy makes a lot of sense for sure.
Yeah, it does, and the Colts are now on the clock, and they're going to make their second pick of the night.
Well, we'll see.
If they
it's
don't
Chris Ballard.
trade it. Yeah.
Well, Chris Ballard is never okay with just sitting there, so we will definitely see. But I mean, right now they took Rocky Sin, and I'm pretty sure that's the only pick they've made.
Mm-hmm.
Metcalf. We're gonna keep saying it, but I mean, I love his fit in Indy. I love it.
I do too. They have to take Metcalf here.
Metcalf, T.Y. Hilton. Don't get me wrong. I know they like, um, what's his face from Clemson that they got who suffered an injury early on
Receiver?
yeah, the receiver that they got, and I believe it was the 5th round last year. And they got Doris Fountain. A guy he was a East West Shrine Game standout. Got called up to the Senior Bowl last year. They drafted him. They do like him. They do have the it's Pascal, Zach Pascal from Old Dominion, but I mean these aren't guys that are telling me you can't grab this, in my opinion, generational talent in DK Metcalf.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you. If DK Metcalf doesn't go here, then I'm going to start believing there's something that teams know we don't.
I think really it's the injuries, what it comes down to, and people say the limited route tree, although it's not really his fault. He didn't run anything at Ole Miss. Their offense is pretty, straightforward. Um, but and the lack of production, people also blame. But AJ Brown, Dawson Knox obviously was there. Jordan Wilkins was there. Not even talking about Demarcus Lodge. So I don't really care about the production thing. His injury concerns are understandable, but this is the same league that drafted Laquan Treadwell from Ole Miss in the 1st round. I never saw him as a first rounder, and this is the same league that drafted him in the 1st round. And Metcalf's sitting there, and he is just, I would say, 3 times the player. So, this is a little shocking to me. I obviously didn't expect who I believe is the best receiver in the draft to be there at 49, but here we are. So.
It's got to be him. It has to be him. I don't. If it's not him, I don't know who it's going to be. But just to recap, so far we have had 3 DTR guys picked. Rock Ya-Sin went to the Colts, who Jake interviewed at the Senior Bowl. Dalton Reisner, who's been on our show, went to the Broncos, and Jelani Tavai, who linebacker from Hawaii, went to Detroit, and he's been on our show as well.
These are all correct. There's a chat that people are asking if we communicate with.
I wonder if it's our Facebook chat. Yeah, I'm looking through comments on Facebook now.
Yeah. We're trying to talk to you guys.
There's
obviously.
a lot. Okay. Really, while they're talking, before I'm trying to scroll back as far as I can. Thoughts on Drew Lock falling? I don't really think there's a specific reason he fell. I think he ended up going to the team who I thought he was going to go to all along.
Yeah.
I think whatever. How do you feel about trading our 1st-round pick again? We liked that.
Now here comes the Colts selection.
Here comes the Indianapolis Colts selection right now. Again, Reggie Wayne out there. He's going to be out there a lot tonight if they keep all their picks.
Yeah, he is. He's going to be very busy tonight. Let's see here.
Ben Banigou.
Interesting. So you have the 2 TCU edge guys off the board early on. LJ Collier was a little shocking in the 1st round, or late 1st round last night. Banigou, to me, was the better player.
Yeah.
But I liked them both. They were both at the Senior Bowl. I just think Banigou is the more, outside linebacker that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a defensive end or an edge guy. I don't think
he's a true edge because Collier doesn't. He's not the athlete that Banigou is. So, or it might be Banogu. We might be saying it wrong.
Yeah, it's one or the other. Well, okay, so now the Vikings are on the clock. Shout out to Downtown Vikings Ben Larson. His team is on the clock. I don't know. Some people have the belief that they're going to take a receiver high. I'm not entire. They might. I mean, they've got Diggs and Thielen.
They got Bradbury already.
They got Bradbury, and then their 3rd receiver is I guess Treadwell, who isn't what they thought. He's a former first round pick.
I'm gonna say they go with Yadni Kajust
Yeah, that's I
out
was
of
thinking.
Virginia, West Virginia,
Yeah,
offensive tackle.
I think that they're gonna do another offensive lineman as well. Maybe like what about like an Irv Smith? Rudolph's in the last year of his contract, but a lot of teams now are doing that double tight end
Yeah,
system.
and they got Tyler Conklin last year out of
Oh,
Central
correct,
Michigan.
right, yeah.
I do like him a lot, but I mean, yeah, Irv Smith is somebody that would probably jump him on the depth chart as soon as he got to the building, and that's no knock on Conklin, but Irv Smith is probably the best. Well, I would also say Dawson Knox is also up there as one of the best tight ends available. So, um, this will
Just way
definitely be
behind.
interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see. Pick is in.
Pick is in. I don't know why I'm nervous. I just feel like I don't know. I think it's gonna be another offensive lineman, like a tackle. Maybe like um people on our Rams Facebook Live want to know who the Rams are gonna take, and we will talk about that. But
I think as long as
it's
Houston
probably
doesn't,
defensive.
yeah, as long as Houston doesn't grab one of them, I think it's going to be Blake Cashman.
Maybe or Colin Saunders.
I think they're looking third round, but
Yeah. I mean, but
by them trading down, they don't have a particular guy in mind though.
yeah, I mean that signifies that there's no one they're like desperately attached to. They're
They
seeing where the cards fall.
they're seeing a lot of guys on the same tier. That's less of a knock on wow, none of these guys really stand out to me. That's more all these guys stand out to me. You know what I mean? So, um, like we've said, this draft is deep, and I think that's why. But the Vikings are making their selection now, so we'll see.
Here we go. I have to text Ben and see if he's alive after this. But Carl Eller making the Vikings selection. Who is it? Irv Smith.
Nice job.
That's kind of you see that happening now. You start to see teams going towards that two tight end system. But again, Rudolph is in the last year of his contract. Maybe they're wondering if he's going to come back or not. And Irv Smith makes sense because he is a guy who is basically a receiver. I mean, he's a great tight end, but he can catch and run routes like a receiver can. So when you look at the Vikings, their weakness is that third receiver slot because they've got Diggs, Thielen, and then Treadwell, who kind of hasn't done anything. So I think basically what you're doing is you're having Irv Smith double as a tight end and a receiver. So that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And for somebody like Kirk Cousins that's had a rough time in that pocket, what's the one thing that's great for quarterbacks? A tight end. It's their, basically it's their security blanket, their safety valve. So you get Irv Smith Jr., you have, Kyle Rudolph. You can, deploy both of those guys at the same time. And, I like this pick for the Vikings. I'm a little surprised that they didn't go tackle. Just to kind of beef up that protection. But I mean, I know they drafted Brian O'Neill last year out of Pitt, but this is a good pick. It's definitely a good pick. And now it looks like Tennessee is on the clock.
Yeah, I love this, and I love watching these guys after they get picked. I mean, their life is changed, and just getting to know a lot of these prospects. We don't know Irv Smith. We never interviewed him specifically, but just being able to understand the process and the grueling work and everything that goes on for months and all the hard work they put in paying off. It's definitely fun to watch for sure. You got Irv Smith there. He just put on his Vikings hat, and Tennessee's pick is in.
Wow. So Tennessee already has their pick in.
Ben Larson loves the Irv Smith pick.
It's a good pick. It really is.
It is a good pick. I'm not shocked at all.
I'd give it a B+. It's not anything that John Elway did with the, Drew Lock and Dalton Reisner dual pick there, but or Les Snead getting another. They have 4 third-rounders. Rams have 4 third-rounders. They have 5 picks tonight. I didn't really expect that. I thought they actually were going to pick there.
Me too.
But I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And I guess they kind of look at it like, look who they got last year. They got Joe Noteboom in the 3rd round, and that's a guy they speak really highly of.
Yeah.
When they talk about that, I think Vinny Bonsinger, shout out to him, who covers the Rams for the Athletic, and he's been on a show multiple times. But he I think it was him that tweeted out, there's when you talk about the players in this draft, he said that like the coaches and everything, like they were saying in the Rams, you know headquarters, they were like, yeah, he's great, but how do you do against Joe Noteboom? And so like
Right.
that's kind of like the pedestal that they've put him on. They
Mm-hmm.
believe Noteboom is going to be the bookend left tackle after Andrew Whitworth. He's going to kick in at guard.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's really the interesting thing with that, because that kind of goes to show you, like the third round, you have three or four third round picks. That's where you got Noteboom. They can make it work. And Sean McVay still hasn't had a first round pick, but here comes the Titan
Here goes the
selection.
Titan selection, and then
And
well, they got people out there, but I just want to say real quick, I think that the Rams are going to be possibly all defensive, and
this is an amazing tribute, by the way,
mm-hmm.
because Steve McNair, the late Steve McNair, passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And Eddie George, his teammate, is repping his jersey at the draft. So that's huge.
Yeah, I like
And
that.
in front of the Nashville audience, I really like that. That's a great gesture by Eddie George. So, too bad I can't hear what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
But that's really cool that they're doing that.
Mm-hmm. AJ
Wow.
Brown.
So DK Metcalf's teammate gets picked over him.
And AJ Brown is very talented.
Oh, absolutely.
Very talented, but he's not DK Metcalf. You could say that there's better qualities that AJ Brown has. AJ Brown and DK Metcalf were part of the best wide receiver core in the country at Ole Miss.
Yeah. It's funny they compare him to Juju Smith-Schuster. There's people that compare him to Antonio Brown. I would say in a way he's I don't know. He's kind of similar to both of them, but he's kind of like Sammy Watkins coming out of Clemson because he's like a running back when he gets the ball in the open field. But I would say he's a much better route runner. But this is a good pick for Tennessee. This is kind of put up or shut up time for Marcus Mariota. He's had some issues with the injuries. They brought in Tannehill, so I guess this is them being like, we have you weapons now.
Right.
You need to pan out, because if this doesn't work, well, we're just going to go over to Tannehill. And then if that doesn't work, then they'll probably explore the draft. But
Right.
Good pick. I like this.
It is a good pick. I like it. Bengals are up now. I think the Bengals are going to take Tyree Jackson.
Bengals taking Tyree. Yeah, or Will Greer. I think it's a quarterback. I really do.
I do too. I might have to have you hand me the orange vanilla Coke.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We got the whole fridge full of orange vanilla Coke. We really should be sponsored. What is this?
Orange vanilla Coke. And scene.
So as my partner leaves the set, at the moment, the Bengals are, of course, on the clock. Their pick is in, and we kind of think that it's going to be a quarterback. Yeah. So here comes the selection, and let's see who this one is. It's Willie Anderson, who is not who is selected.
Wow,
Like,
isn't it so perfect that we get to have our orange vanilla Coke when the Cincinnati Bengals are on
oh yeah,
are
that's
picking?
right.
It's orange.
Drew Sample. Whoa. Oh my God. This would have been a
Is this
great
real life?
pick if this was in the 5th round.
Or the 6th.
I mean, Sample, you're gonna get a quality, receiver, receiving tight end. But he's mostly a blocker, and he actually had he had some good testing at the combine. I thought he looked really good in the tight end drills. This is a reach through and through, though. I'd rather take Dawson Knox. I'd rather take Caden Smith.
Alizé Mack. Yeah, Caden Smith. Cahill Waring.
I mean, we could go down the line, honestly.
There's like 10 guys.
So this is,
Hold
something
on.
else.
Let's just take a sip and let this pick resonate. Yeah, still not over it.
Yeah. Orange vanilla Coke is great, but it's not good enough for me to forget about that.
I mean, is there vodka here?
Oh my God. Oh. So we have a commercial break. The Eagles are going to be on the clock. So,
yeah, Okay, Eagles. Let's see. Who have the Eagles taken so far? They took Andre Dillard in the first. And this is their first pick, and so they've got 2 picks in second. So all they've taken so far is Andre Dillard. I think they go corner.
I do too.
Like
or safety. I mean, I could see Justin Lane here. I could see Nasir. I could see Julian Love, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I could see any of those guys. But we'll see Amani Oruwariye. I think that they have to stick to the secondary, because if they don't, I mean, it's not. They need help. They need help in the secondary. They need to, make this pick, and I think it's going to be Nasir Adderley.
I do too. It makes a lot of sense for them. Him playing back there with Rodney McLeod.
As I take a bite of this Labella pizza.
Oh, can I have another slice of Labella pizza?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is located in Clifton Park, New York. You know what we should have done? Like, you don't watch Barstool. I watch Barstool. They do pizza reviews, and it's one bite. Everybody knows the rules. And you take a bite of the pizza, and then you have to rank it on a grading system.
It's the biggest pizza I've ever seen.
Because it's 3 different pieces, bro.
It's 2.
Can we just take a minute to... This is Labella's Pizza from Clifton Park, New York, okay? This is the size of my face.
It's commercial break, guys.
If they don't put me in a commercial for Labella's Pizza, I'm going to be mad. Not that I'm complaining, because I get to eat it. I'm going to fold this in half, and this will still be the size of my face. You know what? I'm going to have to break this up. All right, we're waiting for the pick. I don't know. I wish that... no one, I guess, on our feed is really that concerned with the Eagles because no one's commenting. But I could also see... Well, keep in mind they traded for Jordan Howard. I could see it being Metcalf. I could just see it. I have said it 42 times this draft.
Yeah, I've said the word Metcalf too much. I know. I'll believe when I see it, right?
Well, there's a commercial right now.
I guess if anyone wants to sponsor us, boom. I mean, we are sponsored by
Downtown Sports Network.
Downtown Sports Network.
Yeah. Who else could we be sponsored by?
I don't know. Anybody that's interested. We got our podcast.
Could sponsor us.
Reach out if you'd want to. Actually, you can find all of our social stuff to the side panel over by the team. And, if you want to follow those, if you want to go to downtownrams@gmail.com, feel free to give us an email if you're interested in sponsoring us. Shout out.
My little brother's calling me. And I feel like I need to answer because he knows it. He's doing this for publicity. I know he is. Hello? Oh, yeah. I'm live on air on a live stream right now. But I did see Endgame today. Yes. Probably.
So we have
Mom's
the Eagles
watching.
selection
She's probably
coming up.
Like wondering. Okay, I gotta go. But you can watch me on Facebook Live right now. Okay, bye. I said, you can watch me on Facebook Live right now. He goes, I'm not going to, but.
This is that same brother that you're talking about. And it's Miles Sanders.
Miles Sanders. Wow.
Wow.
Which is odd because they traded for Jordan Howard.
We were talking about why they wouldn't go like Josh Jacobs because they traded for Jordan Howard and then they take. That's surprising.
Yeah, my brother who just called is like the insanely smart one. Who, if you bring up like quantum theory or time travel or anything, he knows everything about it. There's a YouTube video about it. I'll post that link to my social later. You've seen it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Miles Sanders. Okay, thoughts, Jake? I'll let you. I have no words, so I can't.
I mean, Miles Sanders. He's elusive. He's the back that spelled, Saquon Barkley. So there's that. This is a good pick. I like Miles Sanders. I do. He didn't end up grading in my top 10 of running backs, but it's because I really like this running back class. I've been saying that. So this is the second running back to go off the board. I'm a little surprised it's before a guy like Montgomery or Damian Harris or Darrell Henderson, who I think is the best running back in this class. But this is a good pick for the Eagles because they're going to try and mix things up. They have him, obviously they just showed the backfield, but I like the pick. I think Jordan Howard kind of, I don't think he's happy. Like I think he was going there thinking he was going to have like a bell cow, opportunity.
Yeah, I think
Jordan,
and
that's now down the drain.
And Jordan Howard is someone who, Texans just picked.
Texans just wanted to pick just
Lonnie Johnson Jr.
Warning.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins just announced the pick and just said it immediately. So
we weren't ready for that.
But touch real quick on Miles Sanders to the Eagles. Jordan Howard is someone who I knew and talked to briefly at my old job. So I have had some communication with Jordan Howard. I really like him. I can tell you he's probably angered right now because I think he thought that he was coming in and to be the start, and he might still be the starter. But you don't take a running back in the second to be a backup. I'll tell you that.
Well, they also have guys that have made, Corey Clement has made an impact in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They have guys like that out there. So, I really like Josh. See, if I'm Josh Adams, I'm furious. Like, are you kidding me? The running back from Notre Dame? I mean, he was great last year in limited opportunities. When they gave him the football, he worked. But kind of moving into this Houston pick, because they kind of just pushed this into us. This is Lonnie Johnson Jr. We were talking about him potentially going earlier. This is somebody that really saw his stock rising. People like him a lot. And I'm not really surprised he went in the second round. I am surprised he didn't go earlier. I thought kind of the Patriots would have made a nice spot for him.
Yeah.
Obviously other teams at the beginning, but Houston gets another corner here and makes
pick.
A lot of sense.
Back to back.
And they have back to back.
So who do you think they take their corner?
They took their corner. They got Titus Howard,
yep.
The guy that I had in the fourth round, who is talented. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't think he's a first round talent. So. Lonnie Johnson Jr., and then they go and they get, they had Titus Howard. So now this is an interesting pick here because, where do you look here? Do you try and grab one of the tight ends? They grabbed, they grabbed two last year, but like, is there anybody out there that you think is a game changer that is going to come in and be your number one tight end in that room? That's my question. Because I really like Jordan Akins, friend of the podcast. And then they also grabbed another guy whose name escapes me. But
I really like Cahill Waring here.
Really?
Kind of from San Diego State.
I think it's
like
a little
that
early.
Fit. You think a little, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of guys right now who I think are tight ends, I should say. It's interesting. They could do a lot of things here. They could also go receiver here.
They could.
They've lost Demaryius Thomas. They haven't quite made up for that. They have DeAndre Hopkins and Will Fuller and who is it that's name is... Well, I think it's Kiki Cutie, and I think that's really it.
Yeah, well, they like Cutie, though.
They do like him.
But the injury problem.
Yep, and same with Will Fuller.
Yeah. So there's your argument.
Metcalf is still on the board. No one is discussing
and
this.
DeAndre Hopkins is still, he's the quickest pick announcer ever. He's
Yeah.
already announcing it. Couldn't even get a prediction. I'm gonna say Metcalf just because I can't even
feel
get
like
something in.
Max Sharping.
I know you liked him.
I like him.
I'm not really a huge
I
fan,
know
but
Max.
I'm interested in that.
I'm interested about this fit here. I didn't think that the Texans had him on the radar, but I mean he is I like him as a player. I think like they just said on the screen, he's raw. He might need some polishing. He played for Northern Illinois, but I don't hate the pick. I think there's just other team needs that they could have gone here.
My issue is they went kind of raw at the tackle position twice. Well, guess what? They had Julian Davenport, who was also raw. So it's like they didn't learn their lesson the first time with Julian Davenport. That's a little confusing to me. I don't know, just a little confusing. I wouldn't have gone there. That's an early selection for Sharping. But I will say this for Sharping, PFF loves him. Like they had him going in the second round, I believe. So there are, sources out there that like him.
Guess who's on the clock now?
But the Rams are on the clock, so
do they stay
we
here?
finally get to put
Do they
the
stay
Rams
here?
on the clock. Do they stay? Yes.
I think they stay here because the clock is still running.
I mean,
Who are they going to take? Is it going to be Cashman? Is it going to be Saunders? Is it going to be an offensive lineman? Is it going to be a corner? There's a lot of different things that they can do here. I'm so nervous. I need to drink my orange vanilla Coke.
So they met with Justin Lane. We talked with Imani Oruwariye. They've traded down again
with the Kansas City Chiefs.
And this is great because look at Kansas City has 2 picks there. So look at those 2 picks. I mean, one of them is going to be, obviously they're not going to get both of them, but one of them is coming up relatively soon. So they don't trade down too far.
Kansas City now has 3 picks because they didn't, I don't think that the Rams took their second. I think they probably, unless this is a graphics error.
Well, I think it's a graphics error. I don't think that they're trading completely out of the second round.
You would think?
Well, they're probably swapping. They got I would say a 5th out of it. But the way Les Snead has pulled this off in this draft, maybe the Rams gave up like a 7th to make it like a 4th.
Yeah, I agree. Also, really quickly, I want to give a shout out to my grandfather, Papa Don. Is watching.
Shout out to Papa Don.
Yes.
2 nights in a row.
2 nights in a row. He's tuned in.
The real MVP.
So is my mom. I love you, Mom.
Aw.
Yeah, there's 4 of us kids. I have to try and climb up the rankings somehow.
I see. Hi, Alexa's mom.
Yeah. And I know your parents are watching as well.
Yeah, yes, my parents are watching. I'm just terrible with shout outs. So like you're on the ball and I'm just like I'm good at shout outs when like I don't know, we're talking say the Steelers, so I think, oh, my cousin Adam Grego, shout out to him. Or like the Giants, shout out to Tyler Peak, who downtown Steelers, downtown Giants.
Right.
Like it has to be like that. I can't just do it on the fly. So
well,
you're good at that. I'm not.
Well, thank you. But Chiefs pick. This is interesting. Tyreek Hill.
The Rams did get the soonest pick from the Kansas City Chiefs.
so they did get a second round.
So I'm interested to see what they got.
It's DK Metcalf, I'm telling you. I feel it.
Well,
because
Tyreek Hill situation, talk about it.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, from all of my sources in the NFL, because the Chiefs have come out and said that they've suspended him. Very incriminating audio came out against Tyreek Hill. He's been suspended from all team activities. From everything that I'm hearing, he's gone. They're gonna release him. They're trying to figure out when to do it, how to do it, because they really, obviously he's very talented. They don't want to, but they know that he's got to go. The NFL is gonna, he's got to go. So they now have traded up with the Rams, and I believe that this is gonna be DK Metcalf.
Right ahead. Well, Dallas could have taken him, so maybe they're trying to get ahead of Dallas.
Exactly, and also, someone just there's a ton of Facebook comments. I can't see them all, but I just got a glance at one, and some is saying that Paris Campbell is a better Hill replacement, which is a good point from Christopher, because Paris Campbell is also very good at kick returns.
You know who would be a great replacement who you wouldn't have to draft until maybe the 5th round? Wake Forest, Greg Dortch. Greg Dortch. Dortch the Torch. He is... If you've ever watched Greg Dortch's film, he's like Tavon Austin, like coming out of college. Like, he's explosive. And he's got a route tree. And
but you think this
he
high?
could be... Well, no, I'm saying, but if you're looking for somebody to replace what Tyreek Hill brings to the table,
Mm,
Dortch could do it in the fourth or fifth round. I think it's too early to go. I'm
I think it's
personally,
Metcalf.
yeah, I mean, it could be Metcalf. The
They
thing
don't.
is, we talk about speed. Like Metcalf ran a 4.3, so it's
Right.
like he's just as fast as Tyreek Hill,
Well, and another thing,
or close to it.
the Chiefs, and I know that we're talking about the Hill situation. Even with Hill, they don't have like that big, strong-bodied
You're right,
receiver.
because they
They,
got Chris Conley,
yeah,
and he's a great blocker, but he's never really used his body the right way. High pointing, footballs, boxing out defenders. So, this will be interesting.
we'll see right here. Moment of truth.
I
Chiefs.
could also go corner here,
Is it
Justin Lane.
finally DK Metcalf? It's the end of the second. I mean,
Oh, cornerback is announcing this. Gary Green. It's going to be Justin Lane.
you think? I think it would be Amani.
They could go Amani.
That's who I see the Chiefs going if they go corner. But I think the trade up signifies to me that it's like a big. This is really behind.
We will see. Let's see here. Mecole Hardman. Yep, that's them saying that's our replacement for Tyreek Hill. And Hardman is my number one rated receiver on Georgia, not Riley Ridley. So this is it's earlier than I expected, but Hardman is going to do exactly what Tyreek Hill can do. Now, he's not going to be maybe the superstar that Tyreek Hill came out to be immediately, but Hardman he was really exciting to watch because I went in watching that film thinking, Riley Ridley is going to be the better receiver, more refined. Hardman all the way. And Hardman's not
Yeah,
just the guy. You'll see the highlights. He blows
yeah,
by people, but he's not just a guy that runs straight down a field.
right. And I had McCole, Miko. That's how I've
McCole.
been saying it.
You could say it either
I had
way.
him going at like in the early third. I just don't understand the DK Metcalf stuff. I just don't get it. I don't. It's
I don't get picking Mecole Hardman there, but I get I personally would have gone if I'm trying to replace him. I grabbed Dortch in the fifth or the fourth.
replace Hill. So do you think that this pick was a Hill replacement?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
I
100%
mean, we know.
replacing Hill.
Yeah. I mean, they've got to do it. I mean, if the NFL doesn't require Hill to be cut, which is what it almost is looking like, the Chiefs, I think, are going to go ahead and cut him anyway.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because who would have thought that we would be in a situation where the Kansas City Chiefs are without Tyreek Hill and Kareem Hunt,
I mean,
both being cut.
it's crazy.
But again, see, this is why
Notice this clock is starting to go down rapid.
yeah.
It's going to be Fast and Furious.
Well, and this is just going to show why teams. I'm going to use the Chiefs as an example. The character issue. You get guys who all the time I hear people, they're like, well, yeah, he has off-field issues, but he's such a good player. Or, oh, have you all the time you hear it all the time. But what you want to remember is you don't want to end up in a situation like the Kansas City Chiefs have now ended up in. They've now had to cut their Kareem Hunt, an all-star running back, and most likely are going to have to get rid of Tyreek Hill. This is why it matters. This is why you see guys fall. This is why you see issues with teams picking guys with off-field concerns, which is why I'm not a fan of it. Unless it's in later rounds, I think character to me is one of the most important things you got to look at. But now Philadelphia Eagles second round pick is in. Thoughts?
I mean, we keep saying Metcalf. I mean, if they're gonna get a receiver because
You think? Well, see, I thought they were going to take Metcalf earlier, but then the more we talked, the more I was like, well, maybe not.
maybe not Metcalf, but they're gonna get a receiver because they're out on Aguilar.
You think?
Yeah, but I mean, here they could go
I'm telling
different
you,
way. I mean,
if New England comes up and DK Metcalf has not been taken, and they take DK Metcalf, they will have N'Keal Harry and DK Metcalf.
yeah.
I would give them the Super Bowl trophy.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
But
I'm telling you, I think DK Metcalf has to be taken, and it might be here. It might be Dallas.
For the brand.
Oh yeah, the our orange vanilla Coke that we love so much. It's great. It's for everybody who likes soda.
Brent Selleck is
Brent
announcing the
Selleck,
selection. Um, I guess we'll see here. Who do you have?
Metcalf.
Oh, so you do have Metcalf.
Yeah,
You're going with him.
I'm going to say that until he's taken. I've said it probably 56 times. How many picks have there been? 57. I've said it -9 because that's when I started saying when the Bulls.
Arcega-Whiteside. Okay, can I just say this though?
I had him going.
Arcega-Whiteside didn't grade as my top receiver. He graded outside the top 10. But one thing that you can say about Arcega-Whiteside, he's the best 50-50 ball catcher in the draft. He really is. I know that sounds kind of lame, but like the 50-50 ball is his. He's going to go up and he's going to get it. So you grab what I believe should be in the NFL. Everyone should have a red zone target. They should be like a red zone specialist. Look at this. You're going to see this right here if you're watching the NFL Network feed. He goes up and he just plucks the ball out of the sky. I mean, he does it regularly, and he just basically absorbs all contact. So the 50-50 ball, it's always his. And he's a hands catcher, so you don't have to worry about any body catching. He's going to go up and he's going to pluck the ball at its highest point. So Arcega-Whiteside is going to generate a ton of coverage, obviously, in the red zone. So even if, for whatever reason, you can't get him the ball, it's going to open up opportunities for other receivers.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm really getting at here because they also have Alshon Jeffrey now.
Right. And I like Arcega-Whiteside. I had him going at the bottom of the second. My ticker's at the bottom of the screen. I don't remember who I had taking him. It might have actually been the Eagles, now that I think about it. But I had Arcega-Whiteside going at the bottom of the second. But it's just with DK Metcalf on the board again.
Mm.
I'm wondering why he's slipping. It doesn't make sense to me. Dallas is on the clock, 3 seconds left. After them is Indy, who will be making their third pick.
Dallas is either going to go with Rennell Wren, Colin Saunders, or Daniel Wise. And we interviewed all three of them.
Dallas, you think?
Oh, yes.
I just want to show the people something again in case you missed it earlier. We got pizza from Labella's. They're very kind. But it's bigger than my face. I want to frame it.
Or I could eat it.
I'll eat it later, but I mean this is something else. But it's New York. I wanted New York style pizza. They gave it to me. Very good. All right.
All right. I will say this. I don't think there's any way the Rams trade down again.
You don't think?
No. But, we are on the Cowboys, so I will say, they drafted a former Kansas Jayhawk, Dorrance Armstrong, last year.
Mm-hmm.
They really like Daniel Wise. He's met with them. I know Wren has met with them. So it'll be interesting, but I really think, because you have to keep in mind, I keep forgetting this guy's name, but David...
Long.
No. The interior guy.
Edwards.
No. For Dallas. He just quit football.
Oh, he plays now?
No, he used to play. He just quit football to smoke weed for David Irving. So David Irving quit.
Yeah.
So they need to replace David Irving. They also have some issues. Obviously, Randy Gregory was an issue. They have Taco Charlton.
I think it's going to be Rennell Wren.
I'm going to say it's one of those three, but I can't pinpoint the three.
We haven't been able to add to our tracker in a while. For everyone who's just now watching, we have a tracker on our Downtown Rams Twitter of all the guys we've interviewed. We're tracking who picks them, and we've interviewed 122, 121?
121.
121 guys this draft season. So we've been cranking it out. There's only been 3 so far, but we're working on that, and we might see another guy, one of our guys, go here if Rennell Wren goes.
Yeah,
which I think is possible.
This is going to be an interior defensive lineman, I believe, though,
Mm-hmm.
because I think they do have to replace David Irving. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So, I do think this will be an interior defensive lineman. And we are going to try and communicate with you guys. It's kind of hard, obviously, because we're trying to do
Yeah,
everything. But
I've been looking at the comments on Downtown Rams Facebook Live, and there's like 100 something. So I've been trying to look at them. Let's see. Someone just said, Paul is filling us in that Rosen just unfollowed the Cardinals on Twitter.
oh, bad
Shocking.
breakup.
Bad breakup. The unfollow. That was like a few months ago when uh, Rosen deleted all the pictures of him in a Cardinals uniform, and he's like, "Oh, I got hacked," and we're like, "No, you just
Yeah,
know."
you didn't get hacked.
Let's see what other people are saying. Yeah, Taylor Rapp is still on the board. Someone mentioned that.
Juan Thornhill, Gardner Johnson, Adderley. I never expected
They
Adderley
could
to be
pick
there
Adderley
for
here.
Ed Too Tall
Ed Too
Jones.
Tall Jones. Kind of sounds like a Stranger Things character. You don't watch Stranger Things, I know.
No, I don't.
I do. July 4th. Okay, let's see. It's just taking a second to announce the pick. We're watching. I think it's going to be a defensive lineman. I don't see. Let's see.
This is the longest wait ever.
Mm-hmm.
Tristan Hill, and this is this is good. If they're
it's a good pick.
If you're going for a guy who can be that nose tackle or just play inside, I look at the tier group. I have Rennell Wren, Daniel Wise, Colin Saunders, Tristan Hill, kind of all in that same group. So we didn't mention him. We unfortunately didn't interview him, but he is so explosive. And he was the best player on UCF. The problem is,
by far,
it's really the concerns off field, and the coaching staff, whether they liked him or not. Because why is the best player on your team only starting one game? So that was the concern. But this is a really good pick for Dallas. You replace David Irving for a guy that I think, obviously the concerns. We just talked about concerns, but if you can keep him, level headed. I think he can really make an impact for sure.
Yeah, I like that. Because like you mentioned, you got the Cowboys. They've added Robert Quinn as well. On that end, you got Tristan Hill, Antoine Woods, Tyron Crawford, DeMarcus Lawrence. They're starting to build that defense and build around those guys, and I think that's good. I think it's interesting. We have the Chargers up next, and this is another team that could go defensive line.
Yeah. Well, we have the Colts on the clock now, and
oh, correct. Yeah, the Colts.
they're just going to keep picking, right? Ballard just, racked up the picks.
The anticipation, man. I just want to give another shot. I'm so sad. I was reaching to take a sip of Lipton iced tea, and it's gone because it was so good. It's, there's many different flavors for all Lipton iced tea lovers. Peach is my favorite. You can drink it all the time, and there's not that much sugar in it, and there's only 120 calories in a bottle. Lipton iced tea. Okay.
All right.
Colts pick is in.
On that segue.
Colts. What do you think they're doing? I don't know.
I don't know because I would say Metcalf, but it doesn't look like anyone would draft Metcalf now. So.
Yeah,
who knows what they're doing?
Take DK Metcalf because they haven't taken a receiver, have they? Did they? They didn't take anyone. You can't let Metcalf follow the Patriots, they'll take him.
Well, will they?
Paris Campbell. So they go receiver and not
Terry McLaurin, the best receiver in Ohio State.
The drama. If is it the 3-cone drill? Do teams care that much about the 3-cone drill that DK Metcalf has gone from being a top 10 pick to maybe falling out of the second round. Is it that?
Are the Rams gonna take him here? I mean, like if he falls there,
Are
do
the
they just
Rams
take
gonna
him?
take DK Metcalf? Well, they can. They would have to get rid of a receiver. I mean,
They could just make it work.
get rid of a tight end. Just maybe get rid of Higbee and just have, Metcalf is big. He could play like a
I don't
tight
get the
end.
Paris Campbell pick.
Um,
I trust Ballard. I trust me, I do, but he's very gadget guy to me and a lot less receiver. Whereas his counterpart Terry McLaurin, you would think, oh, he's all receiver, but he probably didn't run well. He actually ran the 4.3s. He dominated the Senior Bowl. So to me, seeing him go ahead of Terry McLaurin, I'm really confused by this.
Here's the thing.
This whole process.
I am too. Well, I think Campbell is a very specific type of receiver. Maybe that's what the Colts were looking for, but the Chargers are up. I said I think they're going to defensive line. They could also go receiver.
They could.
I don't think they will, but
yeah.
they could arguably get away with taking a guy like Metcalf.
They certainly could. But
I mean, Metcalf is really. I'm trying to think. Metcalf is really the only star receiver arguably left. Everyone else went.
I mean, they took Jerry Tillery already.
Yes, the Chargers are about to pick.
Sean Merriman's coming out there. So, I mean, I'm
know.
beat here. I don't know who they're taking. I mean,
linebacker maybe.
I would consider tackle if there was a guy that we're taking.
Defensive or offensive?
Offensive.
Oh,
defensive tackle. They already have shored up because they got Tillery.
Oh right, yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe. I mean, they got Nasir Adderley.
Yeah, Nasir Adderley. That's a really good pick.
Good value pick.
That really is.
I like that pick.
Team DTR.
I like Adderley. Yeah.
I interviewed Adderley at the Senior Bowl. Adderley is somebody that he didn't test well for whatever reason, even though he plays out of his mind. He plays like he runs a 4.3, but he ran a 4.62 at his pro day, and obviously he didn't test at the combine. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why he fell. I really don't, and I don't know why the Eagles didn't pick him.
The story of this draft has been people falling.
Yeah. The story of this draft is trade down because you're going to get a star. You're going to get a stud player that shouldn't be there.
And it's what we've been saying. Teams like who they like for whatever reason. And, it doesn't matter how much we like a guy and think he deserves to go where we think he deserves to go. If a team doesn't like him, they're not going to take him.
Yeah.
They could care less. But this is, I'm about to add Nasir Adderley to our draft tracker. He, as Jake said, there's an interview with him at the Senior Bowl. And we've now had 4 guys go off the board. The Rams are on the clock, by the way, but 4 guys go off the board to 4
Yeah, we'll see
teams.
if they actually pick. They're showing Drew Lock now, but that already happened. I would hope. Maybe they just flew him in, and they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, just got to get you in here for that.
Round 2 pick, let's see. If the Rams stay here, I mean, it was like 2 minutes left in the clock last time they traded out, remember?
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I'd be surprised if they traded back now. Like, I would.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. 32, 31, 30, 29. Yeah, 28. All right, adding Nasir Adderley to our Downtown Rams tracker now. Rams have 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. I think they stay here.
They could.
Who are you?
I can never tell if the pick is the pick in when it does that. Like it turned off the timer, so I mean I guess, but we'll see. They're picking. The Rams are going to make their pick at 61. In.
Let's see. Oh, I need a drink of my orange vanilla Coke to make it through this moment. Watch, I'm going to become addicted to it.
Yeah, you are. It's that good.
Right. It really is. It's so...
I told you.
Refreshing, especially when it's cold. Summer's coming up. Yeah, this Drew Lock interview is definitely not live.
No.
They did the same thing with Cody Ford. Gotta get this Nasir Adderley pick in. Okay, well, Jake, moment of truth. Who do we think that this Rams pick's gonna be? Just one guy off your head.
I want it to be Blake Cashman.
Yeah.
I'm really, I could see them going Justin Lane here. I could see them going. It's tough. Like, who could they could go multiple, ways. Obviously, they lose, assuming they lost in Ndamukong Suh, in free agency. There's a chance that they're going to need to shore that up, and maybe they go Colin Saunders here.
That's what I'm hoping and thinking.
I think if they go Colin Saunders here and Blake Cashman somehow falls to the third because of the shoulder issues, they're in business. But
they got to take Colin Saunders here.
Well, I think they take Saunders. I think they could take Cashman. They could take.
If they take Colin Saunders, I will have to step out of the studio for a moment. I won't cry on camera. I have too much dignity for that. Jake already saw me cry today in Endgame.
Yeah. Great movie.
Yeah. I won't say if they were happy or sad tears. We won't give anything. That's all we're going to say.
It sounded like it was both, but it could be Ja'Kai Polite.
I did cry at really weird times. I was like, wait, are you happy crying or sad crying? I don't know. Okay.
It could be Ja'Kai Polite.
It could be Ja'Kai Polite. I mean, I'm still not sure that...
Remember the quote-unquote, everyone trashed me except for the Rams? Ja'Kai Polite at the Combine? Everyone, like... I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Could be Polite. Could be Winovich. Winovich.
Could be an edge guy. I'm just not sure I want an edge guy. I'm not sold.
They went to Winovich's pro day. They met with Ja'Kai. They had a private visit with him. Voshon Joseph they had a private visit with. Cashman they met with at the Combine. That was about it. Colin Saunders they met with on 4 separate occasions and probably even more. We just know of 4.
We know of 4, right.
And you talk about the small school guy came from the Senior Bowl. I mean, he wears 99, fun fact, because his favorite player was Aaron Donald.
Yeah, he told us that on our show.
Yeah.
He broke that news there.
So, yeah.
I hope it's Colin Saunders. Could you imagine? Or Cashman. Or Wren. Or Renell Wren. Any of these guys that we've interviewed. I mean, I would love...
Yeah.
We've had all the guys so far that we've taken have gone to, which has been 4, have gone to 4 different teams. We've been trying. We're like, it'd be cool if we had one on all 32 NFL teams.
Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be hard.
It'll be tough.
It's a long draft, so...
Oh, yeah, tomorrow...
The problem is the Bears don't have, a pick until,
the 3rd round.
Yeah, so... They don't have many picks in this draft, so, I mean, they might not...
Originally, neither did Seattle.
Yeah. Seattle's kind of changed that, but I haven't really loved their selections, to say the least.
Of course, there's the commercial break for the pick we've been waiting to see.
What's up, Adam? I got a call from my cousin, downtown Steelers owner, Adam Grego. Who do you think we're going to pick?
Me? Did they already pick and we just don't know? I think they're going to take Colin Saunders.
Here comes Orlando Pace to announce the 2nd round selection
of the Los Angeles Rams.
And let's see
breathe,
here.
Alexis, breathe. Taylor Rapp.
Ooh.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Okay, Jake's gonna process this pick. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind this pick at all. I made of all the safeties on the board, I would have gone with Taylor Rapp. I know Jake feels differently. He's a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson guy. But I think that the good news with Rapp is he won't start well, good or bad, I mean, depending on how you look at it, is he's not going to start right away. We got John Johnson, excuse me, and Eric Weddle. So they're going to put Rapp in there as a developmental safety, and he'll start when Eric Weddle retires, which will probably be in 2 years. I mean, the good news is we have so many third round picks now that it's not like this pick was like everything was riding on it.
Yeah,
But
no,
I
I
know that
know.
Jake's bummed.
I am absolutely bummed. I know they met with him, so
Yeah.
they clearly liked him. But I would have gone Justin Lane. I would have gone Chauncey Gardner Johnson. Obviously, we talked about Blake Cashman, Colin Saunders. Taylor Rapp is talented, but Taylor Rapp did not test well at all. He ran a 4.7. So the athleticism is kind of lacking there. Arizona just traded up, so this will be interesting to see who they grab. I wonder who just had the pick. Who just had Arizona, like the pick that Arizona just traded up for?
30. It was Miami, I thought. Yeah, because Miami traded back.
That's Rosen. That's the Rosen trade. That has to be.
It has to be. It has to just be that Miami has traded for Josh Rosen. Hopefully, there's no sound from our monitor. We have in the studio, we have a TV, but we can't play the sound. Yep, it was Josh Rosen. They're showing him right now.
Wow. So Miami did get it done, and it's hard to make draft day trades.
I'm so okay. This is what I said was going to happen. I said that this was going to happen.
You mentioned it earlier.
It makes so much sense for Rosen to go to Miami. They literally all they had was Fitzpatrick. That's not even like the truth. They didn't have anybody else. They had some other guy like who we've never heard of. But okay, I like this. This changes things because now the Cardinals are on the clock, which means they've taken now a quarterback and a corner, and they've taken both of those positions.
Yeah.
Do you think they take DK Metcalf here?
They could.
Do they take?
They definitely could.
By the way, I don't know if you've done this. I'm updating like our pick.
Oh, yes. So, since the pick hasn't been, like, they're not announcing it yet,
yeah.
Taylor Rapp is a good player,
mm-hmm.
but I do have concerns. I just don't think he's the type of athlete that you could have gotten in a Chauncey Gardner Johnson. I don't think he's the type of athlete that you could have gotten in a Justin Lane. And trust me, this is the same team that drafted Cooper Kupp, who was the most athletic receiver. But I don't know if I really get it. Will Harris, to me, my third overall safety, Boston College, I would have gone with him in the 5th round if he was there. I mean, maybe the 4th round. He's very talented. Rapp came out as a safety out of my top 10. If that makes sense. So I'm not as high on him as others. I know a lot of people like him. He played in the Pac-12, don't get me wrong, and he's talented, but I just liked other guys. I think that's kind of the thing. Late 3rd round I could have seen it.
Right.
But the 2nd round pick I was not really a huge fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, we can only hope now that Rapp learns. I mean, he's gonna, like I said, he's not gonna start right away.
Yeah,
he's gonna get polished. He's working with Wade Phillips. That being said, Arizona Cardinals are making their second round selection. Andy Isabella.
They traded up for Andy Isabella, and DK Metcalf is Andy Isabella in the 2nd round.
I've seen a lot of people do that with him in mocks, but I think that again with DK Metcalf that I've said it, I've been saying it, that there's something that's going on. Not this many teams just are like on DK Metcalf. I haven't asked any sources yet. We haven't talked to anybody about it because he's not someone on our radar, but it's very surprising that DK Metcalf was a top 10 receiver or top 10 pick, number 1 overall receiver in this draft, and has now essentially almost fallen out of the 2nd round. But keep this in mind. If I'm the Patriots, which thank God I'm not, but if I were, I have this pick right here, and assuming Kansas City doesn't take DK Metcalf because they just took Nicole Hardman, I'm taking Metcalf because then I have Metcalf and N'Keal Harry.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I mean...
And with Tom Brady...
I think they could do that, but I think the Patriots, I, they could. I mean, they can go a lot of different routes. I would not be surprised if they went Ronell Red.
The Patriots?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then officially it's been broken that the Cardinals traded Josh Rosen to the Dolphins. If I am Josh Rosen, I love it because,
Well, now you have.
he liked Miami too. I think he really liked New York. He really liked the Giants.
So they got a second round pick. They get a 2025th and Josh Rosen. I mean, Miami wins that to me. Andy Isabella or Josh Rosen.
And Miami wanted Josh Rosen.
Oh, absolutely.
I sat on my flight here. I sat next to a Miami Dolphins fan, as I told you, and he wanted Josh Rosen. We talked about that.
Yeah. That really started picking up steam this morning.
Yep.
And
this morning it
go.
broke that there was conversations about it happening, but it's official now. The Chiefs selection's up. Let's see. I know a lot of Chiefs fans, so I'm always excited. Who do you think? It's not gonna be Metcalf here because they took McCole Hardman.
Yeah, I think they could go secondary here. That's kind of where I'm leaning.
I think it's Amani. That's who I have him taking in my mock, which is ticking at the bottom of the screen.
Juan Thornhill.
Okay, you're secondary.
Yeah, that's kind of just where I saw. They need to get they needed to upgrade in the secondary.
Do you like this better than if they were to take Chauncey Gardner-Johnson?
Well, I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is the better player, and he's a better fit. But I like Thornhill's game. So, I mean, he's 3-year starter at Virginia. I get it. And I think here, honestly, that's about where I had Thornhill going.
Mm-hmm.
I think Thornhill would have been a better option than Rapp for the Rams, honestly.
Yeah. Well, now we've got New England up, and then we begin. Oh, Seattle has traded with the New England Patriots.
So the Patriots trade back, Rams trade back. Seattle keeps trading all over the place. We'll see what they do here.
Is this? Well, see, I thought the Patriots might take Metcalf, but now are we wondering, are the Seahawks going to take Metcalf? The biggest storyline of this draft by far is Metcalf.
Yeah.
It's all you see. People are wondering what's happening.
It's funny. I would have rather had Metcalf.
I mean,
that position.
Really?
It's just, who is like? Are you telling me that he's not like that high on your board, like for the Rams?
Rapp?
No, I mean Metcalf.
Oh,
that's kind of my thing.
He wasn't even on my board for the Rams.
Well, he's. I mean, right now he has to be the top on most of these teams' board.
If you're looking at best player available, it's DK Metcalf at this point.
Yeah.
But no one's taking him, which is telling me
there has to be a red flag.
There's something
that came up.
Yep.
And only the NFL knows, and it hasn't been leaked to the public
Exactly.
yet.
There's, like I said, there's no way that DK Metcalf just happens to slide to the third round, because we're on the last pick of the second round. So if this is Metcalf, I mean, still it's atrocious, but if he falls into the third round, there's something going on that the NFL hasn't released. It doesn't make sense because everyone on Twitter is concerned and confused. But Seattle is up.
I will say this because I'm probably getting hate from Rams fans for not liking the pick. I didn't like the John Johnson pick. So, he's turned into a stud. Just
don't look at all the comments we get on our live streams. Just don't do it. Okay.
No, but for real though.
Yeah, I think that I have a question mark. I really liked Rapp, but again, for the Rams, I'm not sure. I've got a question mark on it. I'm optimistic because I think you have Weddle.
I don't think it's Rapp that I just don't like the position because I felt like back when they got John Johnson, I didn't hate the player. I hated the position of where it was drafted.
If they would have taken Chauncey Gardner-Johnson at that pick, you would have been fine.
Well, because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, to me, was a first-round talent.
Yeah.
I
mean, Rapp is exactly what they picked him because he's developmental. They don't feel the need to rush him.
The lack of athleticism bothers me, though.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll have to see.
Especially at safety. Because look at what people talk about what the Bears were doing, right? Eddie Jackson made that possible. Eddie Jackson runs a 4-4. He can play center field. He can allow you to do other things in your defense. So he is kind of basically the catalyst for everything. He allowed Vic Fangio to really mix things up, and he's such a bait, because you have a quarterback that's like, I'm going to throw it to the left sideline, and I'm going to get this ball into a tight window.
Right.
You're not going to get there because Eddie Jackson is going to beat the ball there before gets to the receiver. That's kind of what I was hoping the Rams would do. I was hoping they'd go out and they'd get a speedster, a very athletic safety. And to me, Will Harris later on, you're going to see him. He's going to come off the board,
Yeah,
probably tomorrow. But later on, Will Harris out of Boston College.
yeah.
I mean,
And as you know, I mean, both we loved Will Harris out of Boston College, partially because of that John Johnson, Will Harris connection.
yeah.
That Boston College safety. I mean, Boston College is
We
building.
also, well, I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl
Yeah.
as well. But I mean, he 4'4" guy, 6'2", 6'1" build, very fluid, and I mean, he hits people. So,
Yeah.
Rap to me is kind of like you're getting. He honestly kind of, and not the athlete, but he kind of reminds me of Jabril Peppers.
Rap?
Yeah.
Um,
Not the athlete, but like just the way he plays.
maybe.
I don't like.
I think Jabril is a little
of.
bit more versatile. Like,
Well, no, he's a lot more
I mean,
versatile.
Jabril in college played like every defensive position almost.
Yeah.
I mean, corner, linebacker, safety. He even went in on offense a lot.
Hmm.
But okay, pick is in for Seattle.
So we'll see who Seattle takes.
Seattle
here.
has not made an offensive pick yet.
Translation: they have not invested anything to protect Russell Wilson yet in this draft.
Yeah, it's got to be offensive lineman.
Who are you gonna
Let's
take?
see, who is it making the?
Oh, Yadni Kajus is still there.
That's it. You're right. It's Yadni Kajus. Or what if they take Garner Johnson? Did they take safety?
Yeah, they took
you're
Marquise
right.
Blair
Yeah.
from Utah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
That was worse than the Rams taking.
Yeah,
Rapp.
well, and Rapp's not a bad player,
Yeah.
so people are gonna come off thinking I hate him, but it just
it's fine.
it's where
Everyone's
the
gonna
pick
get on
was.
Twitter and slaughter you. It's fine. DK Metcalf.
Oh my god.
There we go. Okay, but I'm sad that he went to NFC West. But okay, it's DK Metcalf. That's why we mentioned that they would trade up for someone like this.
This is
wow.
Seattle has kind of bombed this draft up until this point. This is an A++ pick. Metcalf,
so
generational
happy
talent
that
at
they finally-
receiver.
Yeah.
Goes right before the third round, which is ridiculous that even happened. But this is a huge win for Seattle. You're getting a guy that can go right with Tyler Lockett and Doug Baldwin and David Moore. So they have a nice group of receivers there.
Kind of bad for this team right here.
Yeah, well, it's bad for the Rams. It's bad for the Cardinals. And it's bad for the 49ers.
But, this is like I've said, I said yesterday, because yesterday I thought Seattle was going to take DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
And Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett are not elite receivers. They're good. They're starting quality. They deserve to start.
Well,
but
Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett, they're technical. So
yeah.
they're very good route runners, and they work in their system. So you bring DK Metcalf, who's just an athletic freak. He's going to give a giant target to Russell Wilson. This changes the game for Seattle's passing game.
Absolutely. They haven't had an elite receiver in God knows how long. I mean, yeah, you put DK and then they have a million running backs in Seattle.
Well,
so.
Chris Carson's the only one that matters, right?
Yeah,
but they did draft Rashad Penny for some reason.
In the first round. They've got that Davis guy.
I don't think Davis is there anymore. I think
They
he's with the
don't?
Bears now. Mike Davis.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the second round's over. A lot of guys have fallen. Especially defensive line guys. Oh, and the pick is already in for the Cardinals. Who do you think this is? I'm looking at my ticker at the bottom, and it's not on the third round, so I don't remember who I had them taking. Might have been a receiver. I actually think it was a receiver. I think might have been McCole Hardman. Who knows? I don't. I'm the one who did it, and I don't remember anything I said. Okay, you look at Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Riley Ridley's up there. Oh, Hakeem Butler is still there. Miles Boykin is still there. I don't want Miles Boykin to go to them because I love Miles Boykin and I don't want to have to cheer for the Cardinals.
Yeah, well, the Cardinals got they already got the best quarterback and the top quarterback in this. So, we'll see here.
Here we go. First pick of the third round. Cardinals selection is
DeMarcus Lodge. Oh, I thought he said
Allen.
DeMarcus Lodge. Zach Allen. So, lip reader I am not. But Zach Allen is a...
I like him. I had him going in the second, I think. you can look at my ticker. I can't be held accountable for anything I say or do. So, but no, I like him. I think he's gonna start. If he doesn't start, he's gonna be maybe like a fourth down guy.
Yeah.
He's something about. Ooh, the Steelers.
Well, the
I
Steelers
forgot
had the
that the
trade.
Steelers
Yeah.
had that trade. But something about Zach Allen to remember is that he is. Well, you have to be smart to go to Boston College in general, but his football IQ is insane. I mean, Zach Allen is a guy who, he reads plays very well. He's a guy who did very well in interviews. Teams really liked him. And also, he is a guy, I was talking to somebody with like reckless abandon. Like when you watch him play, it's like you're almost terrified. Like you just are like imagining what it'd be like to be like him coming at you head on. I mean, he's just insane. So I like the pick for the Cardinals.
I can't
They've
believe
actually not had a
Ja'Kai
bad
Pillay
draft.
fell the third round. I'm surprised.
Maybe the Steelers take him.
Well, the Steelers now have Devin Bush, so now they can look at cornerback, and then I think they take Justin Lane here.
Right.
I mean, Justin Lane makes too much sense. He really does. They
Well,
need.
they took who have the Steelers taken so far? In the first round they took Devin Bush.
And then they trade away their second round pick.
And they traded a second round, so they could take
Yeah.
Justin Lane or a guy like
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson would make a ton of sense.
Yeah,
I know
a
we
guy-
mentioned Adam Grego earlier. He's a Steelers fan. He would love either one of those guys.
Well, a guy that I know that they love is Julian Love as well in Pittsburgh.
They do like Julian Love.
So that's an option.
I mean, I doubt they take another linebacker, but if they were, it'd be Blake Cashman, I think. You know what? This pick is going to be Chase Winovich.
You're right. That just makes too much
He
sense.
looks like a Steeler.
He looks like a
He
Steeler.
looks the part. I don't know.
Well, he also kind of looks like a Packer.
I guess.
I just think when I think long blonde hair, I think Clay Matthews, and I think Pat. Even though he's on our team now, I think old Clay Matthews or young Clay Matthews, I should say.
Yeah.
Packers. Who knows? So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be Chase Winovich or Blake Cashman. I kind of wonder if they could almost even go D line.
Yeah.
You think?
Well, they like their defensive line. I mean, I really like Javon Hargrave.
None of these picks make me as happy as this orange vanilla Coke makes me.
Make me need an orange vanilla Coke.
I think we should cheers to that.
We should.
There we go. Yeah, I'm going to go. It's going to be Blake Cashman, or it's going to be Chase Winovich or Julian Love.
I think it's either. I'm just gonna say I think it's Winovich, or I think it is going to end up being a receiver.
It could be a receiver. It could be.
They added Moncrief in the off season,
so that's the only reason why I maybe would say not this early.
But I also think Justin Lane could be the pick as well. But I would lean towards Winovich, heavy lean towards Winovich.
So okay, they're
the
showing
edge
the Cardinals
defender from
offense.
Michigan. If you guys don't know, but you guys probably do know, because he made a lot of noise in the Big Ten last year.
You think they could go tight end here? They lost Jesse. All they really have is McDonald's.
They could, but
Just
all the
adding-
Steelers they just need a guy that's going to come in and a later round tight end makes sense. Like I could see like a Tommy Sweeney or somebody kind of fit that mold of a Jesse
third?
James.
Or-
No, later
oh,
on,
okay.
later on. If they want the best tight end available to me, it's Dawson Knox.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go defense here though.
I think it's Winovich, but we'll see. I'm really curious to see who.
I might as well take
Who
another
Adam
bite
wants.
of my Labella's pizza. Santonio Holmes. I was like trying
He's
to
having a
remember his
blast
name.
with the terrible towel.
Mm-hmm. That is a true Pittsburgh receiver.
Yeah.
They don't make Pittsburgh receivers like that anymore, except for Juju Smith-Schuster. Let's see. Deontay Johnson.
Wow, there
One
we
of
go.
our
There's
guys.
our
Deontay, we literally just dropped his interview today.
Yeah.
We literally just dropped it. Okay, I'll go add that to the our draft tracker. Wow. We love Deontay. Finally, and we got this is our 5th guy off the board for us, Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, what we'll do with our interviews, just because, we'll have people from other teams trying to listen, obviously, because we got an interview with their new player. We'll post the individual, not necessarily the podcast, but we'll post the individual interview underneath each.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we'll do. So
Wait, on our tracker?
Yeah.
I haven't been doing that.
Well, no, we can start doing that.
I was saying that, or we should do a thread on Downtown Sports Network.
We could do that. We could do a bunch of things.
So for now, should I hold off on putting those links?
Well, the 49ers are now on the clock, but Deontay Johnson, you want to talk about somebody that could literally be the next, Deshaun Jackson? It's him.
Yeah.
Toledo's quarterback play was subpar, and they have 3 really good. They have John Vay, they have Deontay, and they have Cody Thompson. So.
So do we want to not post the link with that? Like, are we gonna do all the links separately later, and just do the pictures?
We could do that. Well, we could do both. I don't know. It's up to you.
I can just delete all the ones so far and go back and redo them with the links.
Wow, Jalen Hurd is the pick. So former Tennessee running back that switched to wide receiver at Baylor. He's 6'4", 226 guy. But to me, he mainly just operated out of the slot. So that was kind of the interesting thing when you see how big he's a big slot receiver. So we'll see how 49ers use him because they have Dante Pettis, they have him, they have Marquise Goodwin. So they obviously mentioned earlier they have Kendrick Bourne. So that'll be interesting.
I'm restarting this thread and I'm just gonna go and do it with the links.
Sound good.
Because it's been
on SoundCloud, the links.
The SoundCloud links?
Yeah, which I can get you. Yeah, all of our interviews are on SoundCloud. You can go to soundcloud.com/downtownrams, and they're all going to be right there. So, pretty cool stuff.
New York Jets pick is in. Who do you think that's going to be?
So, the Jets are on the clock here, and I could, now that, the top receivers are off the board, there's still one guy that McLaurin, I would say, is up there, but I would also say Hakeem Butler. So I think they could go Butler here. We could definitely end up seeing that. But
I apologize. I have to go edit this. We're fixing our thread.
It's Ja'Kai Polite.
Your boy.
That's my guy. So the Jets are getting a steal. Ja'Kai Polite's a first-round talent. The pre-draft process killed his stock, but at the end of the day, this is somebody that's going to start instantly if you need him to. He's got unbelievable quick first step, spin move. But really, the thing with Ja'Kai Polite is just he plays until the whistle. He plays through the whistle. I love his motor. And this guy, he has great bend off the edge, and he's always looking for the forced fumble. He had the most in the FBS last year. But this is somebody that's always just trying to sack the quarterback, and, that's huge for the Jets. So I think that's great. They get Quinnen Williams. They have Ja'Kai Polite. Those are pieces on that defense now. So, and Jacksonville already has their pick in. I think we're in the territory now where you're going to start to see picks go off the board.
It's a little hard, yeah.
When they're not even announcing.
It's a little tough to get these links. Yeah, teams are on a roll. Like we said, it's kind of a long night. Who do you think do you think Jacksonville goes receiver here?
They could. It'd be interesting if they went Hakeem Butler. They drafted DJ Chark in the second round last year. They drafted D.D. Westbrook. Those are two guys that they have, and I mean, Marquise Lee is coming back from injury, but I could have. They don't really have any like big time target like Hakeem Butler. So, we'll see.
I actually kind of think that it might be Hakeem Butler.
Yeah, it definitely could be. All I know is that going back to the Jets, Greg Williams, defensive coordinator for the Jets, is going to have a lot of pieces to work with.
I don't see Rocky Sin anywhere in here. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. So the Jaguars. Well, the pick is in. I'm interested to see if this is when they start just showing it. They're not actually gonna like announce it. It is
Right.
getting down to that time where they just show the picks during commercial breaks and stuff like that.
It's really hard to get these links on. Yeah. Well, I think that they're gonna take a receiver. That's where I'm going. Maybe like a corner.
Hmm.
All right. Commercial break. We are going through. We're getting this tracker going. So just bear with us for a moment.
We're getting the tracker going. We're gonna add those links. We're gonna hashtag all the teams that they go to. That way, of course, anybody like say a Steelers fan that wants to listen to they don't know who Deontay Johnson is. We interviewed him, so we'll put that up there.
Joining us on the show.
Well, that's that's that. Let's see.
Should I tag the player in it? Or just do their name in the link like that?
You could tag them. So we got that.
If he shows up.
The pick is in, but it's taking 10 years.
Sometimes the pick comes in and it just takes, for whatever reason.
And here it comes.
Okay, Jacksonville Jaguars, 3rd round selection.
Josh Scobie is former kicker. He is actually announcing the pick. Josh Oliver. Did the Rams trade up?
I don't think so. Isn't this the one that they got from
I've lost track. I don't think so. Because they had like a pick 100 something. Maybe it was entered wrong. I don't know.
Well, do you think they could finally take Wren or Saunders?
I think this is Saunders.
I think it is too. Ooh, I hope it is. I really hope it is. Well, but the good news is, because we have all these thirds, we have multiple opportunities to take them if no one else does.
It's true. But talk about somebody like that. It's very coveted. Josh Oliver goes to Jacksonville. So with this pick, like Josh Oliver was kind of, buzzing, and then obviously, at the Senior Bowl, he made something happen there. Guys were talking about him. He's there's some other guys I had ahead of him, but this is around where I expected him to go. Athletic tight end that, played at a small school, San Jose State. So, obviously he got a little overlooked, but here comes the Rams selection, and they have, I don't even know who's going to make this selection, but
see.
I don't know if they traded up or not. Maybe they didn't. But
All right, here we go. I like can't even look because I'm nervous. I'm too afraid that this is gonna be. Let's see. With the first, they've got 5, I think, third round picks. So this is the first of 5. Let's see who the Los Angeles Rams select. Round 3, pick 70.
and they have a pretty soon after that. They had the 79th pick, but where did they get the 70th pick?
I'll freak out if this is Colin Saunders. I'll freak out.
They're killing us with that selection card.
Huh?
Just says Rams selection. That's all it says. For Denver's back on the clock after the Rams too, so they're just picking nonstop, really.
Denver is?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think it's cool that they had the Navy guys out there.
Yeah, I think it's cool as well.
Oh my gosh. Do not go to commercial.
The anticipation here, waiting for the Rams to
Final
pick.
bet.
Is,
Final bet. Mine's Colin Saunders.
I think it's Colin Saunders.
Okay.
This is the time
Breathe,
to pick him.
Breathe, Alexis.
Because I don't think he's going to make it past Denver, Cincinnati, New
I
England
think you're right.
twice, Miami, Buffalo, Green Bay, Washington before the Rams pick again. I think Pittsburgh could pick him as well if they somehow get past the Rams twice. I think if it's not Colin Saunders here, that it will be later on. But if it's not here or that pick, I think that it will be for. I think the Steelers will pick him. But out comes Jackie Slater to announce the next pick, and right now the offensive line is very thin, so I'm hoping he's not about to announce an offensive line pick, because as of right now, it's pretty thin.
My heart just stopped beating. I'm not sure what's happening.
Wow, Darrell Henderson, the number 1 running back in this draft.
Your guy. And I like that pick. I don't mind that pick. I mean, I'm just bummed.
Well,
I just am hoping because Saunders.
Blaine Grisack, our own Blaine Grisack, is losing his mind right now. Like, I mean, he's been saying nonstop. The Rams actually had a private visit with him. He's the number 1 running back in this class, I believe. When you look at him, you see a lot of Jamal Charles in his game.
Yeah.
And this is somebody, he played at Memphis, so he clearly didn't get, the love that he should have. He was a Doak Walker Award, finalist there for the nation's top running back. But, I love this pick because really, what we're seeing here, Eagles, they go out, they get Miles Sanders, they have Jordan Howard. Todd Gurley, regardless of that arthritis story or not, this is just
help.
another
Well,
weapon for
right.
Sean McVay.
Well, we lost C.J. Anderson. So now we've got basically what we have is we have Todd Gurley, then Darrell Henderson, and then Malcolm Brown. And then we've got John Kelly as well. But I think that that's a really good mix. And I think because there's such a question mark right now about Todd Gurley's future and if he can continue to play for much longer, I love it. I love the pick. I mean, the only bummer about this is I just keep getting scared every time we don't take Colin Saunders because
yeah.
But we have 4 more picks this round. Here's the Broncos pick right now.
Carl Mecklenburg's not a Hall of Famer. What is this? Draymond Jones. So this is a 2-down interior pass rusher. He's very versatile. He didn't test as well as I expected. He's a little light he's not somebody that is going to be able to be like a gap eater. Like he's just, to me, I think he's strictly a two down pass rusher that is going to, be able to provide depth. But I think he can start at some point. I just think as of right now, he's a rotational interior pass rusher. That's kind of how I see this. But I think it's a good pick. I really do. Draymond Jones is kind of a fun evaluation for me. So I enjoyed watching his film for sure.
Yeah, and by the way, I did just finish updating that Downtown Rams tracker of guys that we've interviewed. I got it done. That's what I was doing, but got that done. It is updated. I'm about to send out a tweet with this pick. Wow. I wasn't expecting them to make that Henderson pick, but is Darrell Henderson with two L's? Yep, it is.
Yeah, it's two R's and two L's. So it's a different draft so far for the Rams. They start off with Taylor Rapp, who I think was a little bit of a reach there. But I see the fit. They're going to use him in different ways. They're going to get him involved with Eric Weddle, and of course they're going to get him involved with Eric Weddle, and they're going to get him involved with John Johnson. So he's going to be like that, the third safety there, and then eventually probably take over for Weddle when Weddle retires or his contract expires. So Darrell Henderson is just, he might be the best player on their board type of thing.
Right.
And he's really good. He's the best running
really
back
good.
in this draft.
I think I wonder, when I think Todd Gurley right now is either a little nervous or he's relieved. And I'm going to go, he's probably a little bit of both because,
I wouldn't say Todd Gurley. I would say more so John Kelly.
Right,
I would say
Malcolm
Justin
Brown.
Davis. Malcolm Brown's fine. Because Malcolm Brown, he's been in this rotation his whole career. He was a UDFA out of Texas, former 5-star recruit coming out of high school, and he just never lived up to the hype coming out of high school. But he's worked himself into a nice NFL rotational running back, and last year looked like he could have started on a team coming into this year. But, C.J. Anderson emerged, and he looked a lot better than Malcolm Brown did. Malcolm Brown looked really good. C.J. Anderson looked a lot better. So I think that triggered with the Rams, like, Malcolm Brown looks good. C.J. Anderson looks really good. Todd Gurley obviously is elite. Why can't our other guys run behind this line?
Right.
This is the offensive line of the year, 4 Tough Offensive Line of the Year award winners. So this offensive line, Justin Davis was having issues obviously in the Eagles game, and John Kelly, and albeit they didn't get a ton of opportunities, the Rams pulled them quickly because they did not like what they saw. They get Darrell Henderson here. I think it just makes so much sense. And now, the Bengals are on the clock, and, we're kind of backtracking there, but of course, we are downtown Rams, so kind of had to throw some more insight there. And because there's going to be people that complain about a running back, but you got the best in the draft, in my opinion. So
Yeah, I think that, to me, it was, I think a toss-up between him and David Montgomery as my number 2.
I will say this. I would have loved to see James Williams. Would have loved to see that. Because, he's our guy, but...
or like a Kareth White.
Kareth White, obviously Bruce Anderson a little bit later on. There's some good running backs in this class. So, if your team missed out on a Darrell Henderson, a Miles Sanders, anybody like that, David Montgomery's still there.
Right. And
guys like that. Damian Harris,
Exactly.
So.
Well, and now we've got the Bengals up. What do you think they're going to do?
Bengals have yet to pick a quarterback.
Yeah.
Tyree Jackson territory here.
And I had them taking Tyree Jackson in the second.
I think it makes a lot of sense to pick Tyree Jackson here. This is somebody that, you could argue he's pretty much just along the lines of Josh Allen last year. He's not ready to play right away. You could throw him in there if you're not trying to win a Super Bowl. You could throw him in there this year and see how he does. But they're really interested in just doing the whole Andy Dalton for a year thing and maybe beyond. Tyree Jackson is him or Brett Ripien are my top quarterbacks left, and 3 and 4. But I think it's Tyree Jackson here. It just
I do think it's him.
Zach Taylor gets his quarterback. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We do have, there is that Sean McVay coaching tree branch, first little branch
There's
there.
Geno Atkins. Maybe they're announcing the pick for Colin
Maybe.
Saunders.
The Rams did move up, but they didn't. Jermaine Pratt.
So that's
Okay, I
an
like that pick for
interesting
them.
pick.
Did
Athletic, former defensive back. He's a captain at NC State, but they got rid of Vontaze Perfect. He's no longer there. He's with the Raiders. So
right.
you know,
Wow, this third round is flying by.
it is.
They're like, let's go, let's get this
Well,
rolling.
I'll tell you now, it's not anywhere close to over because don't forget the compensatory picks go on until like the hundreds. Like there's a lot of compensatory picks, so that's probably why. But
oh, the Bears pick is in. They traded with the Patriots. Bears traded up.
oh, the Bears wanted to give away the rest of their draft. Apparently, do they have 2 picks now? They might. I don't know.
I don't like it.
I don't know if I like this.
I kind of feel like they're taking David Montgomery.
The Patriots are just stockpiling picks.
Mm-hmm.
It's smart. The Rams did it. Patriots are doing it. Would like to see the Rams trade down with probably the Rat pick. But the Patriots, I mean, how many times did they trade down? 3? 4? Lost count at this point.
I think that they're taking David Montgomery or like Devin Singletary, which would be another Singletary in Chicago. But I think that they're going to take David Montgomery here.
So the first pick of this draft for the Bears comes at 73, and they had to trade up.
Yeah, I'm going to have to let my grandpa know. Big Bears
Alan Kruitz, former Pro Bowler. He's announcing the pick.
Yeah, David Montgomery. Called it.
Nailed it.
Knew it. Yeah. So, what's interesting is I had them taking Miles Sanders, but Miles Sanders went like early, like mid-second.
Yeah.
So to the Eagles. So my next pick for them would be David Montgomery. I like this. They traded Jordan Howard. Really, they only have Tariq Cohen. Benny Cunningham no longer in Chicago. He's now in.
They brought Mike Davis in, but
so this
complimentary piece
to me is their starting running back because Tariq Cohen is a more of a he can catch. Is more of a receiving running back. He's small. He's elusive. Can do kick returns if need be. But David Montgomery is a big back. He's gonna bulldoze through people, and he can catch as well. So they're showing on the screen now him, Tariq Cohen, and then they've got Allen Robinson and Anthony Miller. Those are 2 wide receivers there in Chicago. So, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a receiver either.
Yeah, I was thinking that, when you're looking at the graphic there, like I really like Allen Robinson, but I know they weren't obviously really impressed with what he put out last year. Anthony Miller's a guy they like a lot coming out of Memphis. So, I could definitely see a receiver, maybe if they have another pick. Right. I don't know where they pick next. But I like the pick, and you totally called it. So
yeah.
And now
we got the Buffalo Bills.
Coy Wire is announcing the pick for the Buffalo Bills. And
who have yet to take a receiver. And I think
Hakeem Butler still hasn't gone.
That's what I was just about to say. Hakeem Butler.
He's I don't understand. I don't get it.
Or maybe like a Terry McLaurin.
I don't get that either. How have they fallen?
I think it'll be Hakeem Butler.
I think the next pick the Rams make will be Nate Davis. I'm kind of having that vibe.
Hey, he's one of our boys.
He's looking on his phone.
He's FaceTiming someone. We can't hear.
Yeah.
As we said, our TV. And Bills fans everywhere are like, come on, pick. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's going to be Hakeem Butler here. Maybe Terry McLaurin.
Covering up the Rams.
Devin Singletary. Okay. That's interesting because I had Devin Singletary going to the Bills in my, when I did my original first round 7 mock. I had him, but it was I think it might have been the second. It might have been the third. Uh, yeah, I like that for them. I mean, McCoy is declined. He's not what he used to be. So,
Yeah, no,
um,
I definitely hear you there. Devin Singletary, another one of those guys that he's Trayvon Mullen to me because Devin Singletary wasn't the best running back at Florida Atlantic, and I know that's hard to believe because he's great, but I really like Kareth White, his teammate, and I think obviously we interviewed him, but Kareth White showed more. Like, I think he'll translate better to the NFL. Devin Singletary may have had the better career in college, but I think Kareth White translates better to the NFL. Regardless, I think both guys are going to have good careers. And I think the Bills get a really good running back there. But you know what's interesting?
hmm.
Rodney Anderson. If this guy was healthy, you talk about the health concerns,
Well, didn't he have some
he'd be a
off
first
field?
round pick.
Okay.
No, it's been all about health.
Was it Henderson?
He's had like
Yeah,
multiple knee injuries.
yeah, that's true.
But
Yeah, it's a shame when guys get injuries like that and they fall. But Packers are picking now. Let's see who they pick. I have to believe Hakeem Butler is
you
an
would
option.
think, you would
You
think.
would think, but um,
Jay
Jace Sternberg.
Sternberger,
Okay,
former Kansas Jayhawk transfer to Texas A&M. Jay Sternberg didn't get the playing time at Kansas, didn't get thrown to. So this is that's news. We'll talk about that
we'll
in a
talk about that in a
sec.
second.
But Jay Sternberger is, he's definitely somebody very athletic tight end,
Hmm.
and I think
I think he fits in Green Bay.
but he's just getting to know himself as a player.
Right.
Like I feel like he's a really nice developmental piece. He graded out in my top 6 tight ends. Um, this is definitely somebody that is going to help the Green Bay Packers. I like him as a receiving threat. He needs to get better as a blocker, but I really like him as a receiving threat. He ran a 4.7. Um, obviously, Hawkinson ran 4.7. So I think as long as you don't run the 4.9s, I think you're good for a tight end.
Right, and I want to touch on something that we just learned
Yeah.
that Doug Baldwin, and I'm gonna open this to make sure I don't get anything wrong. Might have played his final NFL down. Now we know that there's been health issues with him. That very well, influenced that DK Metcalf pick.
That and the fact that DK Metcalf's best receiver
Well,
in the draft.
well, right. That
But could they
wasn't
double dip now
surprising.
and grab Hakeem Butler?
He's undergone surgery on his groin and his shoulder. He's only 30, but he's having a lot of problems. So,
Yeah.
that definitely, I think, made Metcalf more intriguing to Seattle because Seattle obviously knows this. So, I definitely think that,
Seattle doesn't pick for a while, but
well, the Redskins pick is now in.
I think the perfect fit for that. I mean, you could just go Twin Towers there with DK Metcalf and Hakeem Butler. But I think an
I hope not.
interesting. Well, I think the perfect fit would be Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
Just the route runner he is, and just how fast he is. I mean, him and Lockett, and then you have, Metcalf. Now you're cooking with gas.
But as you
So
mentioned, they don't pick for a while.
they don't. So I don't think he'll be there. I mean,
Um,
McLaurin would have to get past New England, Miami, the Rams, which I don't think the Rams would draft him, but Cleveland, Minnesota, Tennessee, Pittsburgh could draft a receiver. Kansas City could draft another receiver. I think Kansas City could draft 2 receivers.
I think they could. And, you know, just a little side note, I'm looking at that Rams pick coming up,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking of Colin Saunders, and I'm thinking of Blake Cashman, I'm thinking of Rennell Wren,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of these guys that are available in there.
Can I just say, I feel like the Rams wanted Jelani Tavai, and when he was picked, they're just like, we're trading down.
I think that they did want Jelani Tavai, yeah.
Because I think his name was starting to buzz, and there was a report out, I think it was Adam Schefter, and he said, Tavai, teams are hoping he falls to the third, but teams aren't expecting him to fall to the third anymore. Like, his stock has risen, and, like, for people that don't know, he was invited to the Senior Bowl, and he had an injury. So he, obviously he couldn't play in the Senior Bowl, and it kind of hindered his draft process, but still goes in the second round. But yeah, I totally agree with you. With Washington, though, where do you see them going here?
I'm wondering if set a corner because they didn't. their only corner that they really have that's starting quality is Josh Norman.
And now there's a run on running backs.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I don't think they'll go running back. They definitely don't need running back Washington.
No, they don't need a running back. I just thought it was
Right.
funny they brought that up, and
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, there is a little bit of a run on running backs. I
Uh,
loved, I loved what Washington did with Haskins. It makes you wonder, where do they want to go here?
I
Do you
think
want to get Haskins a weapon?
Justin Lane.
That could work. Justin Lane has fallen this far. He's probably on the Rams' radar.
Maybe.
But we will see.
I'm thinking Redskins go corner. They're building
This
key pieces to that defense.
Oh, Daryl Green is not. How has Chauncey Gardner Johnson fallen this far?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, no, they won't.
They won't pick him. I'm
Landon
just wondering
Collins,
how they would, how he's fallen.
Maybe
this
New
far.
England.
New England, maybe.
Terry McLaurin.
That's
There we go. We're just talking about him. Makes sense.
So Haskins gets his guy from Ohio State.
Yep.
I love
like
it.
that. I like that.
It's A+ grade.
Yep. Haskins is pumped right now. He's got his guy, Terry McLaurin.
How fun are the Redskins going to look now? Like, polar opposite of the Giants. The Redskins not only tricked the Giants into thinking they were trading up for Daniel Jones, they get Haskins, and they kept their picks. So, like, they got Haskins, now they get Terry McLaurin. And this is all of a sudden a team that's starting to look a little interesting. And you have to, because Dallas, they played the Rams in the divisional round. They lost, albeit. But now you have the Eagles. Carson Wentz coming back. You have to be competitive. And with Washington, putting that investment, they trade away, their corner, whose name escapes me now. I can't remember his name. Kendall Fuller.
Oh, right.
They trade away Kendall Fuller.
To the Chiefs, right?
To the Chiefs to get Alex Smith in the third-round pick. And to me, it was that and a third-round pick for Alex Smith. And then they get Alex Smith, and then they see that investment kind of just burns. It's unfortunate because they do that. And they go out there and they make that investment. And then they play Colt McCoy because they weren't ready the rest of the year. That really shook them up. So now it's interesting because they grab Case Keenum. Is Case Keenum going to be a trade? Like, that to me is saying we're going to start Haskins.
Yeah, no.
We're gonna surround him. We're going to make him comfortable.
Patriots pick us up, and I'm a little bit nervous that it might be one of our defensive linemen. Maybe even one of our linebackers that we love, Chase Winovich.
That's a really good pick for the Patriots.
Good value pick.
Great value pick. I hate the Clay Matthews comparison though, just because of his hair. I mean, I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so Chase Winovich is the best edge left. I forgot. I thought he actually was drafted already. Honestly. Yeah. Because he's very talented.
Right.
Probably could have gone early second. But, the Patriots are getting another edge guy, and I like this pick. I really do. Put a ton of pressure on, the Big Ten. I'm surprised to see him go this late, I guess.
Me too. I had him as like a late second round guy, and he ended up being a late third. Dolphins pick is in. Were they supposed to pick? Yeah. Okay. It's so hard to keep track.
It is.
I'm trying to keep a mental note, and it's just okay. So Dolphins traded for Josh Rosen, so they lost their second round pick. So all they have now is Wilkins, I believe. Do they take like a receiver, a Hakeem Butler? They don't really.
They're showing Kenyon Drake up there, so Kenyon Drake is gonna announce his pick, I guess.
I really think they could go receiver here. They lost Danny Amendola.
It hasn't worked with Devontae Parker.
Kenny Stills. I mean, Hakeem Butler would be a great pick here.
I would go with Butler. He's the best receiver left.
Yeah. Michael Dieter.
So
that's not bad. That's good value for Dieter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like Miami has just taken so many offensive linemen lately. Like I think like Laramie Tunsil. Maybe they did. I thought they took a guy last year too.
Dieter's another plug and play guard. They got a plug and play tackle back in the day with Jawan James. They draft Laramie Tunsil. Because Christian Wilkins, it's the quietest pick of the first round. No one's talking about that. But Christian Wilkins, we talk about, can instantly come in and make an impact. Like, he's going to be pro ready. I think Michael Dieter's kind of like that at guard. Somebody that's going to come in and he can start right away.
Yeah.
They're now they got Josh Rosen. Now they're just going to try and protect him for the life of them because Arizona couldn't do it.
Yeah, and guess who's up now?
And that would be the Rams. And the pick is in. So, guesses.
Here we go.
I think it's
Colin Saunders.
Okay,
God, please.
So I think
If
it could be
I've done anything
Colin.
Wrong, I'm sorry.
I think it's either Colin Saunders, Rennell Wren.
Yep. Or Blake Cashman.
Maybe Blake Cashman.
I think it's less likely it's Blake Cashman.
It's more so Blake Cashman's the best fit in my opinion. I think he fits what they want to do the best. He's the best pick to make here, or Colin. But I think it is going to be. I'm kind of feeling either Colin Saunders or Nate Davis.
If it's not Colin Saunders, I'm not even going to be happy enough to take a drink of my orange vanilla Coke. No, was that not?
That doesn't sound bad.
I think that was fine. I think that flowed.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Colin Saunders, please. Rams.
But
fans,
Nate Davis
is
a guy of ours, and so is Bernard.
Oh,
Wren.
Nate Davis. Oh yeah, I love any guy of ours.
Yeah.
But if I'm just looking at our team needs.
Oruwariye would be huge here too.
Yeah.
Justin Lane they met with.
Julian Love.
I'm trying to think of guys that they met with off the top of my head because I don't have that list right in front of me. Maybe I should, but Cashman was the combine. They had private visits with Justin Lane. They met with Oruwariye at the Senior Bowl in the combine. They had private visits with Colin Saunders. Rennell Wren, I don't believe they did.
No.
They met. So Colin Saunders is.
They
met with Taylor Rapp. That was a private visit. So.
Yeah. And Colin Saunders is someone they have met with at least 4 times that we know of.
Yeah.
So that
have that connection.
Serious interest.
They know his coach.
Yep.
He mentioned that on the show.
I just want to say something. That guy up there, it's Benjamin Albright, right? The guy who's talking? No, it's not. I'll show you in a second. To make a statement. Okay, it doesn't matter. All right.
Yeah. It's not Ben, but Ben is the man, though. Shout out to Ben Albright.
He is.
So we'll see here. This could be huge. This could also be another disappointing pick.
I haven't been that.
Darrell Henderson was awesome. I love that pick, but.
Here we go.
Okay. Definitely not who I would have gone with, but I'm kind of used to the Rams. Like they get the position.
Well,
they don't pick the guy I'm thinking of, but David Long. They met with him. They clearly like David Long. Somebody that he started 2 years at Michigan, and he was starting to really gain some buzz. I'm surprised that Amani Oruwariye and Justin Lane are still available.
I am too, and I had the Rams in I did a 7-round mock last week, and I had the Rams taking David Long at this pick actually. But that was because all those other guys that you mentioned were gone. So as Amani's here, I would have preferred Amani, Justin Lane, and David Long is interesting because I had not seen anything on him, and from everything I'd heard, it was like, people weren't sure if he was like a linebacker. Or
They met with 2 David Longs. They met with the linebacker from West Virginia.
Yeah,
and they met with the corner from Michigan.
And people got them confused so much. So I never watched the tape on these guys, and people are like talking to me about this linebacker David Long, and then another guy's like, yeah, the corner. I'm like, wait, hold on.
He plays everything.
I was like, wait, he just plays everywhere? Does he play safety? But so now they took the corner. So okay, now just quickly looking at Daniel Jeremiah's best available, Chauncey Gardner Jr. You think could Cleveland bite here?
This.
I'm gonna take a bite out of my Lobella's pizza.
That's probably cold by now.
Yeah.
It is. Well, we've been doing this for hours, so.
We're gonna have breakfast, lunch, and dinner on here tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. Who do you think this is?
Mm, I think it might be a linebacker. Maybe safety. You know what? I probably might go tight end. Njoku's their starter. Why not just give him another weapon? Why not? Why not switch to that 2 tight end?
I'm going to go with another corner. I think it's Justin Layne. I said the first one, and then they picked Greedy Williams.
Oh, Christian Kirksey's announcing. I love Christian Kirksey.
Yeah, I've always liked Kirksey.
Especially after watching.
That would be kind of
Hard
sad
Knocks.
if he announced his replacement.
He's like, a what?
Sion
Okay,
Takitaki.
Sion Takitaki.
Best
okay.
name in the draft.
You think? Oh, best name, like.
Well, Rocky Sin is a pretty awesome
So let's talk a little bit about Sion.
name.
Tackling machine.
Yeah.
Hard hitter. Ton of sacks. They're showing Chase Winovich. Where did he go again?
Patriots.
Yeah. No wonder he's like ecstatic.
Yeah, you go to the team that just won the Super Bowl.
Right. Okay, I like this pick for the Browns. Like I said, I was thinking linebacker, but Christian Kirksey is a linebacker. He's going, what?
Yeah, well, that's why I was just like that. You know, he did end up announcing a linebacker, and that's kind of I just saw it coming, and I feel bad.
Vikings on the clock.
But that was strange.
Vikings are gonna go defensive now. I just don't know what.
Well, commercial break.
Wow, what's your favorite thing about orange vanilla Coke?
The vanilla and the orange.
You know what? I just like how it makes me feel. I just feel better drinking it. I just feel like spicing up my day.
You sound like the Diet Coke. Who does the Diet Coke commercial? Or you can grab a Diet Coke because that's just the way it is.
I like orange vanilla Coke because I just feel like it makes me a better person. Makes me happier. I go throughout my day.
There's a trade.
Detroit, okay.
That's weird. They traded in the division. That's always weird. That I don't know.
Who do you think they traded for? Wait, who have they taken? They've taken T.J. Hawkinson, and who's the other guy they took?
Who did they take? We should know this off the top of our head, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we should remember the hundreds of guys.
Oh no, they took Jelani.
Oh yeah, duh. That's why I was like,
Jelani
okay.
Tavai.
Okay, I think they're trading for a receiver. I think they're taking Hakeem Butler.
No, oh my God, they are really.
They got Hawkinson and Hakeem Butler.
I mean,
yeah.
Hawkinson, Hakeem Butler, and Jelani Tavai. That just sounds like a draft that I would want. I mean, like, that's that would be good. That would work for what the Lions are doing. I mean, Matt Patricia, defensive-minded coach and all.
We'll have to charge.
That would be only one. That would be a linebacker, and Gotcha.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Plugging in the.
I have to have this fuel. I mean, tomorrow I'm gonna be like typing like a mad person on this.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be like, because our guys are gonna be like flying. I'm gonna be like, oh no. Okay. Colin Saunders and Renell Wren have not gone by the end of the third.
Who do you think this pick is?
I think it's Hakeem Butler.
Oh yeah, you just said that. Hakeem Butler could be. I think that probably makes the most sense. But we'll see. Too bad these stats don't update live, because I guess it says 0 on Periscope right now. But if I went on Periscope,
yeah, that is weird, as you mentioned, to see an in-division trade. Let's see what the interwebs are saying. We've been so, like, covering the draft that we haven't been really interacting with anyone. All right, we're waiting to hear. By the way, if you don't follow me on Twitter, it's at the Alexis Craft, at TheAlexisKraft. Uh, just throwing. Oh, yep, there it is, right below here. That's me, and you should follow me, and you should follow Jake.
Yep, it is right there at JK Bogan DTR.
Follow us. Okay, line selection being announced now is Will Harris.
Oh my God, Will Harris is not only Team DTR, but this is who I wanted.
Yeah.
So this is a great pick. The Lions are absolutely slaughtering this draft. They get
two of our guys.
My guy at tight end, TJ Hawkinson. They get our guy in Jelani Tavai, and they get Will Harris. Shout out to my friends Joe Clem and Kat. They are huge Lions fans, and I will be sending you personally the interviews that we've had with those two. So these are just this is just a great draft for the Lions. I mean, Hawkinson, regardless of what you say about the past with Eric Ebron, we make jokes about that, right? But we know Hawkinson is going to be a baller in this league. We talk about Tavai. Tavai with the injury is the only reason maybe he doesn't go in the first round. He was that good. So they get Will Harris here, and wow. There's
updating our tracker.
They're killing it. They're killing it. So the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans because, they're going so fast. It's like we want to break down the pick, and it's just like, oh, nope, we're on the next one. What are you talking about?
Adding Will Harris. Well, who do you think it is, Jake? It's so hard to guess anymore because at this point it's just...
I mean,
I'll tell you who I hope it's not. We'll see. I mean, the Rams actually don't pick for a while. Why? Oh, because we traded up. And gave up one. It's frustrating. All right. All right, here we go. I kind of am wondering if maybe they go defensive line here.
I feel like this is Renell Wren.
I kind of am thinking that.
Well, no, because they draft Jeffrey Simmons.
Oh, you're right. Well.
So.
Yeah, so it's probably not a defensive tackle.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I was about to say safety.
We'll see, though.
Okay, adding the Will Harris pick to our draft tracker. Tell you what, I love what they're doing at Boston College with those guys. Nate Davis, another one of our guys. So awesome. All right, we'll add that to
So we're
Our
keeping
tracker as
Alexis
well.
busy over here.
Yeah.
But shout out to Nate Davis, of course, for coming on our show. Shout out to all these guys for coming on our show. Nate Davis is my number 2 guard in this draft. So I think the Titans are getting something special in him next to Roger Saffold, who they got from
Yes.
the Rams. So
Mm-hmm.
you talk about Taylor Lewan, Jack Conklin, those 2 guys. That offensive line, Marcus Mariota is running out of excuses at this point.
Yeah.
They go out, they get weapons. They now have Nate Davis, who really shined at the Senior Bowl. This is somebody that should have gone in the second round, I think, and
Yeah.
people are sleeping on it a little bit. So this is a great pick for the Tennessee Titans.
And we love Nate. Nate
Yeah.
was one of the first guys that I booked to come on the show.
Yeah,
And
Nate's
he
awesome.
responded,
So.
and I was like, "Wow, I finally got it." The first one was, I think Dalton Reisner,
Yeah,
and then it was Nate.
we
Davis.
should do. We should post individual reactions to our guys after the thing. We'll have to cut it up, but
Nate's the best.
now the Steelers are back on the clock. Shout out to Adam Grego and Kyle Ellenbogen, both my cousins. They are Steelers fans, and they are hyped for this. I wonder who this is. To me, Hakeem. Well, they already went wide receiver, so they won't be Hakeem Butler.
Mm-hmm.
But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So they got David.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
They got Devin Bush.
Mm-hmm.
They got Deontay Johnson. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I think would be huge. I know Adam would love that pick. They could go edge though, because I'll be honest with you, at least for me, Alvin Dupree has not done enough.
Mm-hmm.
They love T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt, is awesome. He is going to be one of the best edge guys for years to come.
Yeah.
But Dupree was a swing and a miss Kentucky pass rusher. So I could see him going edge here. And who would I go? I might go Justin Hollins, Oregon.
Yeah.
Hollins was the MVP of the East-West Shrine game. I think Hollins would be awesome for them. I also think they could go Jalen Ferguson here. Hollins is a team DTR. Jalen Ferguson's team DTR. So Max Crosby's another one from Eastern Michigan. So I definitely could see those guys going there. But this is going to be a fun pick because I don't know where they're going. They have a bunch of different options, and there's so many great players available here.
It really is. I'm working on this Nate Davis graphic, but trying to Justin Lane.
So I was a pick off. So yeah. I had them going Justin Lane the last time, but this is a great pick. Justin Lane's my number 2 cornerback. This is somebody's former wide receiver, so he's taken some time to develop, but you love what you see. 6'2", 192. This is a great pick for Pittsburgh. Because I know people are going to say shades of Artie Burns because he's a freak athlete, but Lane is more than that. You see what he's able to do as just a cover corner. He gets it, but he's also physical, and I think he's going to work. Keith Butler only has one shot at this. They go out and they get Devin Bush. They now have Justin Lane. So I love the 2 defensive picks that the Steelers have made. I'm sure Adam and Kyle are very happy about that.
Yeah, and Chiefs pick is now in. See, what do you think? I think it's got to be defensive. That's Chiefs' weakness has been their defense. They had an incredible offense, albeit they've lost Kareem Hunt and most likely Tyreek Hill, so they might look to repair that.
At some point, do you just pick Hakeem Butler because he's so good at what he does?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they double dip here at receiver.
I mean,
they might need to.
I don't know. It seems ridiculous that he's still out there.
Just uploading our tracker. None of our guys have gone to the Rams yet. Okay, let's see. Neat. I have so many friends who are Chiefs fans, so I'm curious to see. Of course, it's always like the picks that I'm like anxious about. It's like commercial break. So we've had 7 of our guys picked, and they've gone to 6 different teams. Lions took 2 of our guys. Yeah, so again, obviously, if you're watching right now, you've probably been watching us the whole night and already heard me explain this. But our TV is over here where we're watching the draft. So if you ever just see us like staring over here, it's because we're watching what's going on in Nashville with the draft.
Yeah, we're also trying to. I mean, like people are texting us and everything, so we're
I
trying
know
to
our social. We're trying to keep up on
be
social media.
social while being. We're kind of antisocial, but we're also being social. We're also the exact opposite. Like it's kind of confusing because we have people coming from this direction over here, Facebook and Periscope, and trying to keep up with
I know,
everything.
because
And,
people are like,
you know,
you know, they want us to answer, but we've been waiting for this Chiefs pick for a while. It's been announced the pick is in, but yeah, they've gone receiver, they've gone safety. I think they got to go like maybe corner.
here
Chiefs corner, maybe Hakeem Butler. Maybe why not? Maybe
they already picked Juan Thornhill, so I doubt they'll go safety. But then again, stranger things have happened. We'll see.
take a bite of my crust of my LaBelle's pizza. My body is physically breaking down from sitting so long.
Yeah. Colin Saunders.
Okay.
Wow. So Kansas City gets an absolute stud. Okay?
I like this pick. I wanted him for myself, but this is so close to my house that I'm. And Colin. Okay, so Colin is from St. Louis. We interviewed him. We had him on our show. He's from by where I live. A lot of people in St. Louis are now Chiefs fans. So I know they're all going nuts right now because everyone in St. Louis has been so excited to see where he and Renell Wren, who's also from St. Louis. So I know that a lot of people are going to be making the trek, myself included, to Kansas City to watch Colin Saunders play. I mean, it's a 3-hour drive. So I like this pick for them.
He's
they
just
got
unbelievable.
Yeah, they had.
Yep, there's the backflip. I was literally over there. I watched that live. He's freakish. Former running back, caught a touchdown pass. He is going to be something else. You talk about just his he physically overwhelms the interior. Can rush the passer. He wore 99 because of Aaron Donald, and I'm not saying he is Aaron Donald, but he is that interior presence. We're kind of leaning towards that in the NFL now, right? That's kind of the direction. So, A+ pick for the Chiefs. Colin shouldn't be there. He really shouldn't. He's a second-round player. He really is. So, it's a great pick for the Chiefs. I'm bummed that the Rams didn't pick him. But it's a great pick for the Chiefs for sure.
Yeah, I mean, part of me is just so bummed,
No, it happens.
It happens. But if he was going to go to anybody else, I'm glad it's the team that lives closest to me. So I can go watch him. And, I just know that a lot of people where he lives and his family are going to be excited that he's not too far away from home.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of our guys have gone in the past 3 picks.
So we'll see here for the Ravens.
What do you think? You think they could go Renell Wren?
I think they could go Hakeem Butler. They
Yeah,
went with a receiver, but
Marquise Brown.
160 pound. He's gonna fit the John Brown role, but he's not gonna fit the 6'5". There's not really a 6'5" role. That's what makes Hakeem Butler so valuable.
Could you imagine if they've got Lamar Jackson, Marquise Brown, and Hakeem Butler? I mean, we're about to see it. They're reading it right now. I wonder who it's going to be.
Jalen Ferguson, another DTR guy.
Oh, man.
You're busy.
My fingers are going to start bleeding. Okay. Yeah, okay. You know more about Jalen. You interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. I didn't interview him, so.
I actually didn't interview him at the Senior Bowl.
Not the Senior Bowl.
So he came on the podcast, kind of hung out with him at the Senior Bowl a little bit at Media Day. Great kid. The whole didn't get to go to the combine thing because of something that happened like long before his freshman year. Kind of absurd, but this is sack day. This is the all-time FBS leader in sacks for his career. He's got bend. You know, people are talking about the 3-cone drill, but I mean, Metcalf fell because of the 3-cone drill. I don't put too much stock in that. I think if you can play, you can play. And Jalen Ferguson is absolutely going to work in Baltimore. I think he's going to get the last laugh. I know he had a lot of scrutiny in this draft, and I know he knows it. So really happy for him, you know, and I think he's going to get, he's a great guy, and he's going to get a chance to get the last laugh, as I've said. So great pick for the Ravens. You know, I think that makes a lot of sense. You lose, Terrell Suggs goes to Arizona. So he's going to basically, he can go right into that role. He's a typical edge defender in a 3-4.
Right.
You know, so I love it.
Yeah, I mean, a good pick for them, and I'll get that out. I still got to get Colin Saunders' thing out.
And now we have the Texans, and they're probably going to draft somebody from Team DTR.
Yeah, I'll just look at my computer the rest of the night. Hey, no, I'm glad. You know, I want these guys to go, and okay, so I'm seeing his Senior Bowl interview, but I'm trying to find his, like, oh, here it is. Let's see, here it is, Texans pick. Did I not call that? I said that's who they were going to take last time they were up.
Yeah. That's surprising. This is around the same, I don't know if it's the same exact pick, but Team DTR guy from last year, Jordan Akins, who I had the pleasure of interviewing at the Senior Bowl, they took him around this time, UCF tight end. So it's kind of interesting to see them take another tight end here. Maybe they weren't high on what Akins was doing, but it was kind of just 1 year. So I'm not really sure, but Kahale Waring, I don't really know how to pronounce his name, but this is somebody that's really, he's been rising up boards.
Right.
You know, and it was kind of late in the process, so he clearly won teams over late in the draft process. So
I think it was his combine. He did exceptionally well.
Yeah, and the pro days as well. So now we have the Patriots back on the clock, and the pick is in. They're not trading it away because they keep trading everybody. But
Baltimore Ravens got Jalen Ferguson. Well, we are having a diverse spread of teams. None of them are the Rams so far.
Yeah, so far.
Oh shoot, man! You know I'm gonna go to every Chiefs home game.
They're literally going to test us tomorrow because they're going to be announcing picks while we're talking about it. We're going to have to keep it so quick. Damian Harris. So they draft another running back. They took Sony Michel last year in the first round, and now they bring in Damian Harris. They signed Burkhead. You know, they kept him. I get, you know, they wanted something out of Jeremy Hill last year. He went down with an injury to start the season. And I know Ralph Webb was a guy they liked, and he didn't end up working out. So Damian Harris, this is an interesting one, and again, the Alabama connection for the Patriots. So I do like this pick. At this point, he's probably, if not the best running back available, he's one of them. So
I'm gonna
This.
tweet out this Jalen Ferguson pick. We do not have a graphic made for that,
Mm,
so but I can still tweet it out with the link.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I just like. I really think Hale Waring. He really made a name for himself in the combine. I had no idea who he was till the combine.
Mm.
Was very impressed. Watched his tape and had him graded about this time.
So the Seattle Seahawks have traded up 4 spots
With the Vikings, just
with
keep
the
trading back.
Vikings, and the Vikings don't want to take anybody. So. Well, with the news that Baldwin, I mean, could they double dip on, uh, you know, receiver? I mean, I don't see it, but
They could. I mean, I hope they don't take Butler
this
here.
this could be Rennell Wren,
It could be.
but they do have a lot of interior depth there, so maybe not. It's Cody Barton of Utah. They love their Utah guys. Apparently, they've now
Cody
drafted
Barton, I
Cody
didn't even
Barton.
have in my mock.
Um, he's
Hey,
he's
I'll take it.
yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I like Dakota more. Dakota Allen. You know, there were 3 guys out there. There were Chase Hansen, Cody Barton, and Dakota Allen. I probably would have put Dakota Allen, Chase Hansen, Cody Barton in that order. So it's not to laugh at Seattle, but I kind of feel, they took the least best linebacker from Utah. They're all 3 of them are in the draft, and I know you like Dakota Allen, but I like Chase Hansen more as well. So a little bit of a reach there on Cody Barton, I would say, and Blake Cashman continues to fall, which is a little shocking. So the Colts are back on the clock because
sorry guys, I'm almost done. I'm working on our tracker.
Colts pick is in, and we have a commercial break. This to me feels like a Monty over Warrior.
You think?
Yeah.
All right. I kind of think you're right.
I don't know. I feel like they need another corner. Maybe they don't need because they got Rocky Sin, but I could definitely see them getting another corner. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson still hasn't gone yet. Apparently, people don't mind us just chilling out because we haven't lost like viewers.
Colts pick after this commercial break. What happens?
We appreciate you guys for sticking with us. It's 10:48.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know it's late, and tomorrow's gonna be the real test of faith. Tomorrow's gonna be the wrap up, the long haul, and
Just everything.
yeah, I kind of think it's gonna be Amani right here.
Yeah, I mean we'll see. So I guess I'm just a little confused. Did the Rams trade up?
Yeah, remember they traded a little bit up.
To take Darrell Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's what I thought they did. Well, what do they have left? They trade two. Huh. So they have one pick left in the third round. That's interesting. Well, no, they okay. So they got Rap, um, David Long, and Darrell Henderson. Is that it?
Yeah, the Rams don't. Yeah, they only
Yeah,
got them.
because they traded away their one of the third round picks to do that, to move up. Which the problem is the graphic was so quick we never saw what they traded.
Okay, okay, we're
Pat
good.
McAfee.
We got all of our track. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to update this tracker again. Uh, I can't hear it, but he's given. I'm gonna take a bite of my.
I'm kind of bummed. I kind of wish we could hear because Pat McAfee's awesome.
Let's see.
Bobby Okereke.
There we go. I knew it was gonna be one of our guys.
I think
Oh,
you
wait.
said the next Hall of Fame. Yeah, it is one of our guys. Congrats to Bobby Okereke. This is a good pick for the Colts. They get another guy next to Darius Leonard. Okereke's fun. He really plays sideline to sideline. This is kind of a new age linebacker. So I really like this tackling machine. And he's aggressive.
Yeah.
He is nasty. So I like him a lot. He just kind of flies all over the field, and he's a really good complement next to Darius Leonard.
Yeah. Agree. Love this pick. Love. It's kind of where I expected him to go.
So I'm hyped. Shout out to Evan Shefkowitz because I haven't shouted him out, and he's a huge Colts fan. But he watched yesterday pretty much the whole stream, and he's watching right now. So shout out to him. Um, he's awesome. So
And now we got Dallas up. What do you think?
this
Do you think this is Chauncey?
this is Daniel Wise.
You think?
I think it is.
Yeah, you say that. I want to say it's Renell Wren.
I think that they can't go wrong with either. And Daniel Wise might fall a little bit in this draft, but you're still getting a stud in him. I've watched every Kansas Jayhawk game, so I mean, like I've seen him. He wasn't even in the right scheme for his fit. I think he was asked to do more, just like really just holding blocks and everything, and allowing other guys to have one-on-one matchups. He can do everything. So I like him here. I don't know if he's the pick. I do think he's going to be the pick, but it's not like I just looked at it or whatever. Like I don't know, but I think it makes sense.
Having a hard time reading.
Well, a lot of these guys put like their and it's hard to, see what they're doing. Connor McGovern. So that's
Okay, that makes sense.
good
That's
good
a good pick.
interior. You can play center or guard. This is definitely someone that is a better pass protector than a run blocker, which they add to really that offensive line was the best in football, and they kind of let it go because they lost, Ron Leary to free agency, and then of course Doug Free retired, so they have Lyle Collins, they have Tyron Smith who's battled some injury, um, it really obviously Zach Martin, Travis Frederick. The issue with him is the injury, or not the injury that he's been sick, right?
Right.
So they haven't had him.
Yeah.
So I think this makes a lot of sense for that reason. Can play guard or center. So when Travis Frederick comes back, if he does come back, Connor McGovern can kick in at guard, and you can keep Lyle Collins at tackle. That's my takeaway from this. I think it's a good pick.
I do too. I like it. It makes a lot of sense.
He's probably the best guard available at this point.
Right,
So.
and Dallas has historically, has a good offensive line. Chargers. That Chargers and Jets and Ravens and Bucks. Yeah, the Rams are not. Rams only have one more pick in the third.
Yeah, because they picked Long. Who did they pick in the third? Long, Darrell, and is that
Taylor
it?
Rapp. In total, yeah.
So they had 3 picks in the third, so they got rid of their 4th pick to trade up. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, it was Darrell Henderson, so I don't really care. That's been their best pick, I think.
Yeah.
So. Wow, Trey Pipkins.
Way early for him.
I had him going in the 7th round to the Rams, and I mean I felt like I was a little off, but he did have a private visit with the Rams. Trey Pipkins is kind of like he was gaining some buzz from Sioux Falls. Somebody that he looked good at the combine, and in a draft where like Titus Howard would be great in the 4th round, this area right now, like late 3rd, early 4th. You've already had guys like that go off the board.
Right.
I think Yanni Kajus is the only one still available. At the tackle position that would make any sense until like
I'm
round
surprised
5.
he's fallen. I had him going at like the beginning of the 2nd.
He had the injury right before the Senior Bowl, and I think that hurt him. He had the shoulder injury, I believe. So, that's kind of where I would go with that. But yeah, it's offensive line. It's getting thin. So what the Rams were telling you is like they didn't grab anybody yet. They could grab interior here, maybe Ross Pierschbaker, with the last pick they had in the 3rd round. But like I guess my feeling is that it's getting thin. So if they don't pick somebody now, they're gonna look 6th, 7th round, and they're just gonna stick with what they have. Because when they say they really like, Brian Allen, they really like Joe Noteboom. They must really like them because they haven't picked anybody for their first 3 picks. But the Jets here, they got obviously, they Quentin Williams, and then they take Polite. Who do you think they'd pick here?
I don't know. I could see him going Hakeem Butler.
Yeah.
I mean, someone's got to.
I feel like Hakeem Butler's too good to fall the 4th round. I don't think they'll go tight end though because I think they really like Chris Herndon. So maybe they would, and they did draft Jordan Leggett of Clemson, but I mean they could go tight end. I think they really like Herndon to the point I don't think they need one. But this is an offensive minded coach in Adam Gase, and I don't think they've drafted any offense yet. So
Hakeem Butler.
I mean, right now it's Jamison Crowder, Quincy Enunwa, and Robbie Anderson. My problem is,
wow, there's really not a lot of picks left this round.
Robbie Anderson had that whole thing with the police.
Mm-hmm.
That like I'm not even gonna repeat on camera because it was like, but it like nothing happened with that. But that's the type of guy that you have.
Right.
Kind of a loose cannon.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember who they took Quinn Williams, and they didn't have a second round pick. Did they have 2/3 though? They took someone at the beginning of the
They
third.
took
Did they?
Blight.
What do they got like a Julian Love to play opposite Tremaine Johnson?
Well, who knows if they're committed to Tremaine Johnson? I mean, obviously, the they obviously are. Almost lost our feed there. Stupid. What do you call it? What is that? Power save mode?
Mm-hmm.
It's awful. It's the worst. But yeah, I mean, Trumaine Johnson, he's playing under Greg Williams again. Is that going to keep him there? Because it didn't seem like he really even wanted to be in New York at the end of the season. But their corners are Brian Poole, Trumaine Johnson, Rashard Robinson. I mean, I would consider definitely going corner. Amani Oruwariye makes a lot of sense.
Him or Julian, I think.
Julian Love.
Pick Zinn.
I'd say Mark Fields here as well. Kind of a, wild card that no one would see coming.
Let's see.
I don't think they're picking a safety, though. They got two really good safeties.
No, I think they're taking a corner or maybe like a Hakeem Butler. Chuma Adoga, USC guy.
There we go.
Okay, that's fine. I like that pick. That's fine.
So his NFL comp is Kelvin Beachum, who I believe is on the Jets. He's their left tackle. That's kind of funny. So Chuma Adoga, his film is good. It's not great. What he did at the Senior Bowl as a tackle was impressive. So he, I think he definitely helped his stock because of the Senior Bowl. I'm just going to say that right now. It was huge for him. So, I like the pick. I do.
Ravens pick.
Got to protect Sam Darnold.
Did you interview Chuma?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
That was one of the ones where I tried to interview him and a scout cut me off.
Okay, Tampa Bay. Or no. Baltimore. Wait. Did Baltimore trade with Tampa Bay? I'm confused.
Baltimore is on the clock.
Tampa Bay, but on here, goes straight from the Jets to. Yeah, this is the pick that the Rams acquired and then traded to Tampa Bay to move up. So let's see. Baltimore Ravens selection is
Hakeem Butler.
I think that they should. I think that'd be insane.
They should. I don't know if
Marquise,
they will.
and Lamar. I mean, they've got other needs. They've got probably bigger needs. Miles Boykin.
Wow, so they went receiver, and they went with your guy from Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, baby. I love Miles Boykin. I actually think that we might follow each other on Instagram. Miles is a guy who, was insane. If you look at his Senior Bowl, not Senior Bowl, Combine stats, did very well there. He's got very reliable hands, good route runner. I like this pick. He's going to start. I think both him and Marquise Brown are going to start. And I think Lamar Jackson should be excited. These guys are very reliable. Both, Miles Boykin is a red zone threat. So
I think this is great for Lamar Jackson. You're getting, another big receiver. You're getting a big receiver is what I mean, because you don't have one, because you added a 160-pound Marquise Brown who is going to, blow by everybody, just like John Brown, but, you don't have your big guy that you can kind of throw up to. And sometimes Lamar suffers with accuracy issues when when he's off platform. He's a running quarterback, so that is the case. He's actually better in the pocket, believe it or not. So I actually like this a lot. You get him a bigger target.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do for a quarterback that has some issues with accuracy.
Bucks pick. I'm gonna watch as I eat my pizza.
Jamel Dean. So he's somebody that was really rising up draft boards.
Yeah, in the last few weeks, he's really been popular.
Yeah. Jamel Dean is a stud from Auburn, honestly. He ran a 4.3 flat. So he's a burner. He's going to work in today's league, obviously, passing league.
Hold on.
But
They also took Sean Bunting.
they did. So they.
Okay.
Well, someone doesn't like.
Grimes. Isn't it Grimes and
Well, it's not Grimes.
Hargraves?
It's Hargraves, yeah. So he's had problems with the issue. Like he hasn't been the guy that he looked like on film coming out of Florida, and he's been hurt a lot. So I guess that's probably why.
Yeah.
The Giants pick is in, and
Okay, let's see. We're going to pick the right position with the wrong prospect.
I'm hyped right now.
I think a good defensive line. Linebacker. They might even go receiver. Watch them get Hakeem Butler.
That would be something.
That would be.
This has to be a
redeem
receiver,
yourself.
right?
Yeah, it's got to be. Redeem yourself. Literally, like, somewhat for this draft. Do something right. Take Hakeem Butler. I mean, he's not Odell Beckham, but...
It's David Tyree, the hero of the Super Bowl. The Rams just traded up.
Did they?
Yep, they just inserted the LA Rams. It's weird because they're not the next on the board, so... I wonder if they called Buffalo... New England and the...
Okay.
Well...
That's not bad.
So...
I'm not a big fan of them, but I mean... I'm trying to think who'd they take.
So, O'Shane Zimenez from Old Dominion, really, he doesn't flash to me. He's I hate to say it, he's a jag, you know, and I feel bad saying, you know, a third round pick and everything, but it's cool because he's from Old Dominion. I just didn't see enough on film. You know, there's too much, like what they show in those highlights. That's what you see. Like you see, you know, a highlight here and there, but most of the time he's stuffed. And one of the things that they said is he destroys tight ends, but I don't really care. How well do you do against left tackle, right tackle? You know,
Right.
If you're an edge guy, and he doesn't win that very often. You know. He also didn't show up at all at the Senior Bowl. So...
All the right positions, but all the wrong players.
You know who they could have gone with? A guy who should have been called up to the Senior Bowl. There should be a rule. If you win the East-West Shrine Game MVP, you get to go to the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, Hollins.
Justin Hollins. Would have made so much sense.
Well, they could have just picked Hakeem Butler.
Or Hakeem. But if you're going edge, Justin Hollins is probably one of the best guys available at edge.
Well, Buffalo's pick is in now. When are we going to see Renell Wren? I mean...
Yeah, you know, I don't know, the Rams traded up with New England? It'd be funny if they traded up, and then the Bills picked who they wanted, so they traded back. Like a abort mission type of thing.
Who do you think they would trade up for?
Cashman.
Wait, yeah, they traded up, but they didn't get to keep their pick. They only have one pick left in the third.
Yeah.
I could see it being Cashman.
The problem is they didn't do a
Wren.
private visit with him. They've drafted everyone that they drafted. They've had a private visit with.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, Darrell Henderson. That was a late private visit. We found out later on. David Long. They met with both of them. I think that's hilarious. And Taylor Rapp. So, I mean, look at the private visits. Let's pull this thing up and let's go through it.
What about like a Ross Pierschbaker?
That's what I was thinking originally. But that's if they don't believe in what they have, and I don't think they've shown you that. You know what I mean? I don't think they've shown us that they don't believe in what they had. They haven't drafted an offensive line yet, and honestly, Ross is by far the best guy available at any position on the offensive line, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So. You know, we'll see here, but Coming up is the Bills pick. That's cool.
Hakeem Butler. Oh my God. They haven't taken a receiver.
I'm just pulling up the private visits now. So we have Bruce Anderson, Darrell Henderson they drafted, Singletary gone, Kareth White, but they already drafted a running back, Titus Howard gone, Caleb McGarry gone, Trey Pipkins gone, Nate Davis gone, Elgton Jenkins, Eric McCoy gone,
John Kaminsky.
Kaminsky is available, Saunders gone, Collier gone, Ferguson gone. So it's
My stomach. I'm still hungry.
yeah. Well, there's pizza there.
Now Malik Reed is interesting,
Malik Reed.
and we've interviewed.
So Malik Reed, Kaminsky, Boshan Joseph.
Has Boshan Joseph not gone?
No, David Long. Oh my God, would they draft 2 David Longs?
No, I will get confused. Okay, here. Oh, by the way, here's the Bills selection.
Taki gone.
Dawson
gone.
Knox.
That's a really good pick for the Bills.
Yep, I thought they were going to.
He's my number 2 tight end, and he wasn't used at Ole Miss because I don't know, they have DK Metcalf, AJ Brown, DeMarcus Lodge, and of course they had the running back that Jordan Wilkins that the Colts drafted. So Knox just wasn't utilized, but he's very good. I mean, he's very good. Number 2 tight end. So I love this pick for Buffalo.
Pick. Well, now guess who's up?
Enough with Charles Clay. You bring in a guy. He's a legit tight end. Dawson Knox will be better than he was in college, and they picked that really quickly. So just going through this.
It's the last Rams pick of the 3rd round. This is their 4th pick in the 3rd round.
I don't think they're drafting another safety, so this is pretty narrowed down.
Linebacker, defensive line. I'm thinking like a Rennell Wren or a Blake Cashman.
As far as guys that they've
Ross
met with,
Baker.
I would lean Voshan Joseph, David Long Jr., and Malik Reed. And Kaminsky. So we'll see here.
Here we go. Bobby Evans.
Well,
I don't hate it. I actually feel like he's very developmental. Watching, I took him twice when I did a mock for the Rams in the 4th, but I think he's Whitworth's replacement, maybe. That's what they're
I just
thinking.
don't see the point. You rave about Joe Noteboom. You sign Rob Havenstein long term.
But no, I know, but you and I differ on Noteboom.
That's true.
And they rave about him publicly, but I don't think that he's not, to me, and what I think they're not that sure. I think he's okay. I think he can go in and like get the job done, but he's not like, they're not like, yes, thank God. Like, I think they're
I think Bobby Evans is about, I mean, I don't like the pick. I'm just not. It's not even about the position. It's just kind of like the player, honestly. Like, I think Pierce Baker would have made more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think drafting Voshan Joseph would have made sense. You traded up to get Bobby Evans. I don't understand that.
Bobby Evans would still be there, I think.
He would.
So that's what but, whatever. I mean,
yeah.
They're not taking any of our guys that we've interviewed, but that's how it goes. I mean, that's so tough.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Who is that? Quincy Williams, linebacker out of Murray State. Jaguars just picked him at the end of the 3rd. Who is that? Okay, anyway. So Tampa Bay.
I don't know who Quincy Williams is.
I don't. Voshan Joseph is still there. Let me just tell you that.
I thought Jacksonville would take the Florida guy.
Yeah, they usually go for the Florida guys.
The Rams still haven't taken a linebacker, and they met with all those linebackers. They took a safety early on.
There's only one pick of the Rams that I really like. It's Henderson.
Henderson's the only pick I like, and
Long
it was the least bit of need.
Yeah, and Long was like okay. Like I was like okay.
Long was okay. Rapp was kind of annoying because where they picked him and Bobby Evans they traded up to get, and I don't see why. I don't know.
Amani has still not been taken.
Yeah, and they took a cornerback, but I don't know.
Here's the box. Hey, maybe they'll take a corner. They've already taken 2. That was a complete joke. They won't do that. I know that they won't. But okay, Tampa Bay's pick is in, and then we got Carolina, New England, and Minnesota.
I would have rather taken Cajuste.
Yeah, me too.
St. Louis, Donnell Green.
Yeah.
I had Bobby Evans as my 19th tackle. So, I'm not...
This has been so far, I think what's a bummer is the Rams had set this up to be such a great draft. They're making all these killer trades. We're like, yeah, we're getting the picks. And then every single pick, we're like, what?
Well,
except for Henderson, we're like, okay, that was unexpected, but I love it. Long was like, I mean, I didn't hate the Rapp pick. I'll give it. I know I didn't hate it.
I don't hate any pick. But
I think,
Bobby Evans is my least favorite pick, though.
Agree. But there's just been so much potential for each of the picks that the Rams have had, and it's like they kind of have just been like mediocre. Like they haven't been like, yes, solid. Like they haven't picked somebody where I'm like, that's an elite guy. Henderson is the only guy that I'm like that. All the other guys.
There goes one of Kentucky's secondary pieces.
Yeah, Mike Edwards. To Tampa Bay. But, there's not been a pick by the Rams that I've been blown away by. And I was jumping up and down about. I mean, that's what's a little bit of disappointing. But, they could come out tomorrow and kill it. I mean, but today I've not been impressed that much.
Kentucky's secondary, by the way, was a lot of fun to watch. So you have Lonnie Johnson Jr., you have Derek Beatty, you have Mike Edwards, and then Darius West. All 4 guys are going to get drafted. So I think it was a lot of fun to watch their tape. And Mike Edwards, he's fun to watch. He's violent. Tampa Bay is getting a good player. It might be a little too early for them, but it's not a bad pick,
We're down to the last 3.
Yep, Panthers, Patriots, Minnesota. They didn't really show us the Rams trades, though.
From what I'm seeing, is Rams Twitter is very divided about the Bobby Evans pick. A lot of my friends who aren't Rams fans like that pick. I mean, it's been a long night.
It has.
It's been a shocking night again. A lot of guys who I even thought were going to go in the second round have not gone instead of the third. One of them being Renell Wren, Amani Oriware.
Why did they just take the entire ticker off? That's annoying. This pick is going to be Will Greer.
You think?
Well, I just saw it on Twitter.
Like that, it's confirmed?
It's an interesting one. Tyree Jackson's still available, and we're passing.
So if the Panthers are really taking Will Greer, that's interesting because Cam Newton is.
So the Rams traded up and got the 97th and 162nd pick from the New England Patriots. They gave up the 101st and 133rd.
Well,
for
okay.
Bobby Evans.
I have to touch on this.
Um,
If the Panthers are taking Will Greer, which is what we're hearing, it hasn't been announced yet. That's interesting because Cam Newton, it's not. Will Greer could arguably start now. Arguably. A lot of people
he's
think
got
he
some
can.
refinement to do. He's got a long delivery because
Okay,
it goes
maybe
over the
he
top.
sits for like 2 years. But
Yeah.
he's not a guy to sit behind a Cam Newton. Cam Newton's got a long time. So that tells me the Panthers are not thinking that. And if I'm Cam Newton, I'm pissed.
Maybe. So the Rams have traded out of the 4th round.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
For Bobby Evans.
Yeah. That pick is not getting a good grade from me. Instead, they have 3 5th-round picks, but they're going to... The beginning of tomorrow is not going to be fun if you're a Rams fan.
Well, it means that most of our guys that we're thinking probably aren't going to the Rams. Like
Yeah.
Cashman, Wren, they're all going to go in the 4th. Unless the Rams trade up.
Well, they have 3 5th-rounders, so they easily could trade up. But...
Pick is in for the Panthers. If this is
not
Will
really
Greer...
sure what they're doing.
Will Greer's from Carolina. I forget. I think he's from North Carolina. So
Wait, like
if this
the
is
school or like the
no, like he grew up there. He grew up in Carolina.
That's
so
cool.
I think, or maybe it was Virginia.
Well, he
I
got
think-
terrorized by Colin Saunders at the Senior Bowl. But I mean, like,
I really hope that was a lie that we're hearing. Or
it's Will Greer. It's the first time I've looked at Twitter like and seen a pick. Like I haven't seen
Will
a pick
Greer,
the whole
you're right.
time.
Okay, so the Panthers are drafting Will Greer. If I'm Cam Newton, I'm furious. Because Will Greer needs a little refinement. I know people, and I don't agree with this, but I know people who have him as their number 1 guy. Potential-wise. Like, maybe he needs a little refinement, but they're like, this dude, give him, work on it.
He's got that long delivery, though.
If I'm Cam Newton right now, I'm wondering, what is that telling Cam Newton? Because this is not a guy you draft as your backup. This is a guy that you're either drafting because you want him to start for you in 2 years, or you want him to start maybe even now. This is not a guy that they're like, yeah, Newton, you can't draft this guy thinking Newton's going to be your starter in 3 years. Unless they're just like, he's best available, see if we can get a trade for him, or, I don't know. But that, to me...
Yeah, it's interesting.
That's alarming. But, okay, New England's pick is in. Hakeem Butler's still there. Do they take N'Keal Harry and Hakeem Butler?
I mean, that'd be something else. If they took both of them.
I'm scared. That's the type of thing that they would do.
That would, that would be... Oh my God.
How are they getting this before?
I would have taken him over Bobby Evans.
Patriots are about to announce their pick, and then we just found out who it is, but they're announcing it.
It's on. Well, it's delayed. That's why.
Sure, they're probably there.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, I hadn't seen it until then. Yeah, Yadni Kajus.
Yadni Kajus just
he
would have
been a better pick than
Bobby Evans. Yeah.
What can we talk about Bobby Evans though? Like, I mean, he's athletic, so as a swing tackle, you have him as a pulling. You pull him, and I mean, he's a convoy. I think that's. I mean, I'm frustrated with the pick. I really am, but there are some good things about Bobby Evans. It's just, I also saw him get run over by guys.
The potential is there.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people have potential, but it goes nowhere because they're not able to access it. The question is, can Bobby Evans access that? And can he be trained and taught and groomed behind Whitworth? Because Bobby Evans is a left tackle. But keep in mind, yes, Bobby Evans, he was probably the weakest link on that Oklahoma line. But that Oklahoma line, every one of them was good. They won the award. I forget the name of it for best offensive line in college football. Best, I mean, him, Ben Powers, Cody Ford, Drew Samia, and forget their center. He's not draft eligible, but
I forgot Ben Powers hasn't been drafted.
yeah,
Or Drew Samia.
yeah. I mean, guys are falling like crazy for guys who are question.
I mean, the Murray State kid, shout out to him. He gets picked in the third round. I know people are gonna like. We were kind of like, who is that?
Yeah, well, clearly he's good. I mean, teams. This is the last pick, by the way.
He definitely made a.
Okay.
So Alexander Madison graded outside my top 10 for running backs, but he's a fun back to watch at Boise State. I mean, he's not the big bulky back that Steven Jackson was coming out of Oregon State,
right.
But he's kind of like Steven Jackson. It's kind of weird. He does kind of run with like Steven Jackson. He is 221. You watch him. I mean, he runs over people. That's kind of his thing. But he's got great balance. He's got great vision. Minnesota's, they got a good running back here. So they to pair with Dalvin Cook, I don't mind the pick. So tomorrow is another day, but that's it, guys. That's the end of the third round,
of the
day 2.
Yep, we did it.
What were your overall thoughts?
I have been less than impressed by every team in this third round. There's not. I mean, I think the Lions stood out to me so far as having the best draft.
The Lions, the Bills.
The Bills.
Bills are doing some good things over there. Denver. You walk away with.
Actually, yeah, Denver impressed me with. But other than that, there's been a lot of questionable picks. A lot of picks that I have been really confused by, and unfortunately, a lot of from the Rams as well. I think. There's a lot of time. There's 4 through 7 tomorrow, but this has probably been my least favorite draft by the Rams in a while. It could be. There's been worse, but I'm not excited about really anyone but Henderson.
Yeah, so Henderson is awesome. You're getting the best running back in the draft, in my opinion. But Rapp, I felt like they reached. He's still a good player. Mm-hmm. David Long reached a little bit. I would have preferred other guys, but I can see it. Still a really good player. Bobby Evans is really the one that kind of threw us to another,
right,
threw us off the cliff basically, because you trade multiple picks to trade up and grab him as if like, oh, we're really worried about someone grabbing him, and it looks like they might have been onto something because Yanni Kajust goes in like towards the end of that draft or that round. So, maybe they got some intel that they really liked Bobby Evans and he was going to get picked, and so they had to make that move. But my thing is, I wouldn't have made that move. There are other guys later on. Calvin Anderson from Texas, I think, is a fun prospect. I just think Yanni Kajus would have been a better option. I don't know. Overall, I think the Rams, to me, would get a C+. And it would be around a C-, but I think you get up to a C+ because Darrell Henderson.
Yeah. I think I agree with the Rams C+. I think tomorrow they've got to do better.
They do.
They do. If they don't tomorrow, that'll be.
I'm confused what their plan is at linebacker, because I thought for sure that they were going to get their guy, and now it looks like they're picking him like a Kaiser territory, where it's like you're gonna get a guy just the same level as Kaiser.
I hate that they don't have a 4th round pick.
That made the Bobby Evans pick even worse, because you gave up 2 picks for a guy. I mean, you better feel like he's gonna be legit. I know it's the 4th round or the 3rd round, but you only had a 3rd round pick last year. You took no boom, so I don't really get the Bobby Evans pick.
I don't understand it. And look at the linebackers that are still available: Blake Cashman, Tavon Coney, Voshawn Joseph. All guys.
They might be able to get one of those guys. I think Coney could be there in the 5th round. They have 3 5th round picks. Terrell Hanks. Guys that they met with. Terrell Hanks. I mean, not private visit, but just, any of those guys.
I think it's got to be linebacker in the 5th. I think like to see. I really was hoping they had a fourth because I really was wanting Renell Wren.
They drafted a running back.
They
They
drafted a
could
running
draft a
back.
quarterback.
They could draft a quarterback. I'm expecting them to, honestly, in like the sixth
I
round.
feel like they're gonna take Jarrett Stidham. I don't know why,
I
and
like Jarrett
I don't
Stidham.
love Jarrett Stidham, but I feel like that Auburn
That's
connection with Les Snead. I feel
right.
like that's just somebody that they would pick.
Well, that's who I have taken in most of my Rams Twitter
I would
mocks,
take Brett.
or
I would
Clayton
take Brett
Thorson.
Ripien if not Tyree Jackson, and go on from there. But I think with 3 picks in the fifth round, gotta be looking. They'll be monitoring the situation. If a guy falls that they really want in the fourth round, they'll trade up. They've done it before.
Yeah,
They've packaged picks. They've done it with Zach Stacy. They when they trade up to get Zach Stacy out of Vanderbilt. They traded multiple picks to trade up to fifth round. That was the end of their draft. They drafted Zach Stacy and they were done. They did that with Samson Ebukam. They traded up to fourth round and they get rid of a fifth round pick to get Samson Ebukam. So they will do that, if a guy's there.
right.
I'm just confused at the direction of linebacker. So you got your corner, who you are clearly going to develop to replace, Keep Talib. I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
They got Rapp, who, Rapp, I would imagine, is the heir to the throne after, Eric Weddle. And then, they get Bobby Evans, where we don't really know because we don't know if Bobby Evans projects more as a guard. It says tackle on there, but we don't know,
Well, that's what he
the
played
Rams
at
cross
Oklahoma,
train.
right?
So
Can,
he could be a guard. Maybe it says more about Jamil Demby. I don't really know.
mm-hmm.
And then Darrell Henderson, who I think it just says a lot. I think people are going to read too much into this about Todd Gurley, but Darrell Henderson is a threat out of the backfield, as a pass catcher.
Mm-hmm.
And just in overall, like, I think teams are going to start looking at the Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram thing, and they're going to start trying to emulate that. And now that, Mark Ingram's with the Ravens,
Mm-hmm.
obviously they're not doing that anymore. But the Rams, they have Todd Gurley, they have Darrell Henderson, and they have Malcolm Brown. That's a really good three. I don't think somebody like John Kelly or Justin Davis necessarily are going to make the roster.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious. I really want that fourth round pick. I'm not convinced they aren't going to try and trade up. I don't
I don't even
like.
know if I want them to because it's like I like having 3 picks in a round.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the guys I want might be gone by the fourth. But again, it's like you never know what could happen. I mean, there's guys being taken way, too early, way too late. Hakeem Butler has not been taken. You know, a lot of guys that are really good. Julian Love hasn't been taken. Chauncey Gardner Johnson hasn't been taken.
I can't believe
Uh,
Chauncey Gardner Johnson
I
fell in the
mean,
fourth round. I mean, what are we missing? He got like let's just talk about this real quick. Like just the guys that are still left. Chauncey Gardner Johnson, somebody that improved every year. He tested very well at the combine. He was regarded by many as, if not the best safety, the second best safety behind Nasir Adderley, who fell the second round. And the Chargers got a steal, I think.
mhm,
So you talk about him. Julian Love still hasn't gone. That's
mhm,
your guy. I mean, talk
yeah.
about him. That's your guy.
I mean, Julian Love is what is a to me like maybe a top 5 to top 8 corner in this draft. I think a lot of corners have gone that he's better than. And I get that there's injury concerns with him. I get that. That could be a reason that he's fallen. I don't know. I think whoever takes him is gonna be really lucky because if he's healthy, he's gonna be insane. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of question marks. This draft leaves me really uneasy. It leaves me really uneasy. It leaves me
Yeah,
really confused. There's been more confusion and like bummers to me than there has been like, oh, that's awesome
yeah. Well, I mean
for
that's
all
normally
teams, by the way.
that's been the case with me. Like, I think when you get locked on players, you tend
Hmm.
to feel that way. Like what the McVay's first draft, they draft Gerald Everett. I didn't like the pick because I liked Gerald Everett, but I had tight ends rated higher.
Right.
So I had like George Kittle, no brainer, but they were saying that he was gonna fall, so I was like, okay, I pick him later. Chris Godwin, somebody that I felt was very much like a Hines Ward, old school, but one of the better blockers in the draft and great route runner and a guy that is just gonna be able to win on the outside, hold his own. And they picked Cooper Kupp, who I like, and I literally called them picking him. but I wasn't a huge fan of it at the time because I felt like Godwin was a better receiver.
Right. No. Yeah.
And then John Johnson and Josh Reynolds. Reynolds wasn't rated high for me, and John Johnson, I would have said, the guy that the Desmond King who went to the Chargers. I would have said him. That's who I wanted. And he's had a great career, but so has John Johnson. So
Right.
it kind of goes to show you. I mean, it's not always set in stone. Just because we don't like the picks doesn't mean they're not going to pan out. But I mean, I said that last year, honestly, I did like more because I didn't, at the time, there was Joe Noteboom, there was Okoronkwo. Okoronkwo was one of my favorite pass rushers in that draft. He wasn't ranked like high, like he wasn't like my top guy. He was ranked around the 10, 11 area, but this was one of my favorite pass rushers to watch.
Right.
So they get him and they got Kaiser, and I liked Micah Kaiser, but I wasn't in love with Micah Kaiser. And I feel like if they're looking to put somebody next to Corey Littleton that can, maximize Corey Littleton, they need a sideline to sideline linebacker that they can get in Voshawn Joseph, who's unbelievable as a blitzer, Blake Cashman, and really, at that point, that's really it. There are not many guys that are left. Maybe Drew Tranquil, but you have to worry about the injury concerns.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. I think it's gonna be that fifth round is gonna be very telling of how I feel about the Rams draft. If they trade up or down, there's a lot of talented guys left. It's been interesting. And as far as guys we've interviewed, 10 guys have gone to 8 different teams.
So we did say 10.
Yeah, we did say 10. We got
So
10 guys,
we did
8
say
different
10.
teams because 2 went to the Lions, 2 went to the Colts. And we'll see with tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow is going to be, if you guys are watching us tomorrow, we're going to be here. Basically, it starts at noon.
Yeah.
Probably noon to 7? I mean, we're going to be here. We're going to be eating. We're going to be lounging. I'm going to have to get like a pillow or something. My back, I'm so elderly, is like, I can't move right now. Like, we'll see if I get up.
Yeah, we're not really even supposed to sit the whole. I mean, like sitting that long is just not.
Yeah,
good.
so we're gonna, but we're not. We're gonna have fun, and a lot of our guys. You're gonna see me tomorrow. I have my computer. I'm gonna be typing, putting stuff through that tracker. So it'll be fun. But thanks for sticking with us and watching. And we will be back.
We will be back.
Rounds 4 through 7. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. Thanks, guys.